Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We actually have, as of this morning, 480 registered participants. So we welcome not only our speakers, but also our participants, not only in the Philippines, but other foreign institutes who registered to participate also. But in the Philippines, I welcome our participants who come from not only the academe, media, both foreign and local, but even people from the private sector and government officials and even military officials in the Philippines. So allow me to spend some time just to give a little background to why our institute this past 4 years have really taken a strong stand on issues of West Philippine Sea. You know, as far back as 2016, I wrote this commentary 2 days after we won our victory, the arbitral victory of the Filipino people, where I argued that the Philippines should immediately set the tone of what is to follow. And in the days ahead, the country should continue to advocate that all states, including China, must abide by the terms of the ruling, and that all claimants should avoid any activity that could worsen tension in the region. And the year after, when the Philippines was hosting ASEAN as chairperson, I emphasized and I entitled my commentary, Uphold International Law in the Code of Conduct, where again I argued by reaffirming the arbitral tribunal's award and working toward its full and effective implementation, we paved the way for the peaceful resolution of the disputes using a mutually agreeable standard. And the Philippines must continue to be a bright spot in the promotion of international law in the region. And in 2018, again, we argued in our institute, all disputes in the region should be resolved not through force or coercion, but in accordance with international law. We need to regain the respect of responsible nations by clearly standing up for the international rule of law. Moving forward to 2019, I argue that collective sovereign assertion should be the main regional concern to be supported by the arbitral ruling. And I remember our chairperson, Secretary de Rosario, saying, might is not right. So since 2016, we have tracked this issue. And we would like to allow our colleagues in our research team to share it. Different events happening in the West Philippine Sea, not only with regard to the Philippines and China, but with other ASEAN states or even East Asian states. 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. And here we are in a pandemic from a virus from Wuhan, and still we see this aggression. That's why last Friday, I felt like writing this commentary, whereby I argue that the narrative of our government's administration continues to put forward that we cannot have a strong stance against China because a small power could never compete against a global power. That's why I was happy to hear and read a statement of DFA Secretary Locsin yesterday. The real and often looked danger is China's strategy of creating advantages along ambiguous lines and with what I call the gray areas to avoid retaliation. and I call it leveraging the asymmetric warfare. I believe as a small country, the Philippines and the Filipino nation, our biggest advantage and strength as a democratic nation relies in building of strategic alliances with like-minded states based on shared values and the vision of a rule-based international and regional order. And I believe the Filipino people supports that. So again, welcome to our conference, international conference on a new regional order, effective alignment through strategic partnership. And allow me to pass on to our chairperson, former Secretary Albert Rosario. Ambassador Albert, can we ask you to deliver your opening remarks? Oh, you are in mute, sir.
Okay, I'm okay now, Dindo. Allow me, good morning, to welcome and warmly greet all our participants, local and international, to our virtual conference today, led by our note speaker, the Honorable Senator Amphilo Lacson. In the course of the program, we will have the honor of introducing the other speakers. So I should proceed with my short remarks this time. 4 years ago, or last July 12, 2016, as firm believers in the rule of law, Filipinos sought justice against the continuing abuses of China in the West Philippine Sea through the award won in The Hague. The award is the work of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, the so-called Constitution of the Oceans, which today embodies the rule of law in the world's oceans and seas. The award upholds the rights of Filipinos under UNCLOS, the South China Sea. Thus, to enforce the award is to render justice to Filipinos aggrieved by China's seizure of our lands and waters, harassment of our soldiers, ramming of our fishermen, and the near-permanent destruction of our marine environment in the West Philippine Sea. It also gives justice to our ASEAN neighbors who were similarly aggrieved by China's malevolent actions. While President Duterte decided to shelve the award in expectation of loans and investments from China, he also promised the Filipino people to raise the award at a proper time. During his visit to China in 2019, the President claimed that he raised the award before Chinese President Xi Jinping. President Duterte was rebuffed by the Chinese President, and we knew that this was a futile exercise because China has been telling the world from the beginning that it rejects the award. In the remaining years of his term, we believe that President Duterte may still have the opportunity to fulfill his promise to the Filipino people to raise the award, and this time not before Chinese President Xi Jinping, but before the world. That said, what must we do? First, the award must be taken off the shelf and be raised before the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly this coming September 2020. This will be an opportune moment because the theme of the upcoming UNGA session is the commitment to multilateralism. This is when the leaders of 193 countries will troop to the United Nations to promote their positions before the global community of nations. This is when we will rely on the UN General Assembly to serve as not only the primary promoter of the rule of law, but also the court of world public opinion. It is our belief that the award has multilateral support because it benefits the coastal states of the South China Sea, that is Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei, whose lands and seas are encroached upon by China's 9-dash line. The award also benefits the rest of the other countries in the world, like the United States, the European Union, and Japan, because it affirms the freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea. We welcome the fact that just more than a month ago, the US and Indonesia invoked the award against China in relation to Malaysia's submission on its extended continental shelf. Second, we should take concrete steps to consolidate support and assistance from the US, Australia, EU, Japan, ASEAN, and other responsible nations. Most of the countries around the world believe in the rule of law and UNCLOS. As a product of UNCLOS, these countries believe that the enforcement of the award is the legitimate process of resolving the military dispute in the South China Sea, and not China's method of bullying and deceit. Third, we must make Chinese officials criminally accountable for having inflicted the most massive, near-permanent, and devastating destruction of the marine wealth in the South China Sea. This finding has been unanimously upheld by the award. Thus, former Ombudswoman Conchita Carpio Morales and I submitted a communication to the International Criminal Court on March 13, 2019, to show that President Xi Jinping, Foreign Minister Wang Yi, and former Chinese Ambassador Zhao Jinhua, among others, committed crimes against humanity for destroying the livelihood and food security of Filipinos. We urge citizens of Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei to submit similar communications to the ICC because they too have been affected by China's systematic and wanton environmental destruction. Under ICC rules, any person, even citizens of the US, Australia, and Japan, can submit information and evidence regarding the systematic and wanton environmental destruction committed by Chinese officials in the South China Sea. Fourth, we also need to make China pay monetarily for its crimes. China mercilessly destroyed the breeding grounds of fish and other marine life in the Spratlys. More than half of our country's 110 million Filipinos live in coastal communities, relying on marine resources for their daily needs. Where will we get our food when we run out of fish? The University of the Philippines Marine Science Institute conservatively estimated that our country is losing at least 33.1 billion annually from our damaged reef ecosystems due to China's reclamation activities and illegal fishing operations. This sums up to 231 billion pesos since the start of 2014, which is around the time China started dredging, until this year. This money may be used to save our fish and rehabilitate the marine ecosystem destroyed by China in our waters. Philippine authorities, as you may know, have the right to seize assets and properties owned by Chinese state in the Philippines to satisfy China's debt to the Filipino people. These Chinese assets are subject to Philippine jurisdiction by the fact that they are located in the Philippines. The lawful seizure of Chinese assets in an injured state's jurisdiction to satisfy what China owes for damages should be considered by Vietnam, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Brunei, which are similarly affected by China's systematic and wanton environmental destruction. It should also be considered by others like the United States, Australia, and Europe, which claim to have been injured by China in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fifth, it is time that our country develops a minimum credible defense posture. We join our partners in conducting joint patrols in the South China Sea and work to strengthen our alliance with the US. As a self-respecting country, we need the capacity to protect our territory and defend ourselves against external threats, like China's incursions as mandated by our Constitution. To do this, we need to develop our own defense assets and call upon like-minded allies like the US, Australia, and Japan, which share our respect for the rule of law and the values of freedom and democracy. No other nation can support us more than we do ourselves, and there can be no unity over the right course of action unless we initiate this unity. Sixth, to the deep dismay of our people, we are still succumbing to threats of force, including a threat of war. It's a great insult to our forefathers who died and fought for our country's self-respect and independence. If we only cower in fear before such threats. It is also a great insult to our children and grandchildren if we give away our waters and territories in the face of such threats. It may be high time for our government to assert our rightful position by relying on the skill, courage, and patriotism of our Navy and armed forces, which are capable of developing a credible minimum defense posture against any bully or aggressor, whoever that might be. As we had previously said, we are opposed to war, as we should be. But if threatened by the use of force, we should be ready to inflict, at the very least, a bloody nose on any attacker who is out to harm us. It is also in this light that we also welcome the recent clarification of the US as to when the Mutual Defense Treaty can be invoked. Last year, US State Secretary Mike Pompeo declared that the South China Sea is part of the Pacific. Any armed attack on any Philippine forces, aircraft, or public vessels in the South China Sea will trigger mutual defense obligations under our Mutual Defense Treaty. It's also worth mentioning that the US Congress enacted the Asia Reassurance Initiative Act of 2018, which expressly provides that the United States government is committed to the Mutual Defense Treaty between the Republic of the Philippines and the United States of America, done at Washington, August 30, 1951, and all related and subsequent bilateral security arrangements and agreements and arrangements concluded on or before the date of the enactment of this act, including the enhanced defense cooperation, and so on and so forth. Seventh, we respectfully urge our government to engage as an official government advisor, Justice Tony Carpio, for his unparalleled vision, for his unparalleled wisdom, expertise, and sound judgment on the South China Sea dispute. Throughout the years, we have seen that Justice Carpio's work on this issue has always been for the country's interest, with the goal of protecting our lands and seas for generations of Filipinos. Eighth, and finally, our government must listen to its people. 9 out of 10 Filipinos believe that it is important for the Philippines to regain control of the artificial islands built by China in the West Philippine Sea. Similarly, 9 out of 10 Filipinos also believe that it is important to strengthen the military capability of the Philippines, especially its Navy. Furthermore, 8 of 10 Filipinos believe that the South China Sea issues should be brought to the UN General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we believe that it is time for Filipinos to unite and demand what is due from China. We therefore beseech our government to lead us in this endeavor as representatives of the Filipino people aggrieved by China's actions. We should not be hoodwinked into giving up our rights by the mere protest of Chinese money, by the mere prospect of Chinese money. Seeking accountability for China's atrocities in our land and waters is not waging war against China. It is taking what Filipinos justly deserve under the rule of law. Thank you.
Professor Manhik, you're on mute.
You're on mute po.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I was on mute. Thank you, Ambassador Albert. And as we proceed to our keynote address, I would like to welcome Senator Panfilo Lacson, Chairperson, Committee on National Defense and Security. Senator Ping.
Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The Filipino people confront a mighty superpower so dangerous and deceptive that its very emergence caught most of the world unsuspecting. Experts were not able to foretell that this tempest, once unknown to the world, will strain the history of mankind. In fact, it has become a hegemon of phenomenal proportion that arrives to be or strives to be the center of the world. Its stratagem, to hide in plain sight, concealing its strength to prey on others, is so virulent and strong, making those who are weak and vulnerable succumb to their likely demise. The superpower I refer to is clear. The world menace is the deadly pandemic that costs hundreds of thousands of deaths worldwide, the COVID-19. As I uttered those opening remarks, you might be guessing that the enemy I was referring to is a once mighty empire that is now reemerging, shaping the world in its own image and creating an entirely new global order, the very subject of our discussion today. Unfortunately, you are not entirely wrong. It holds true that my portrayal of this pandemic is somehow analogous to another persistent threat that has been confronting us, one which assaults a fundamental foundation of our existence as a nation, our territorial integrity. Coincidence or not, both deadly threats share the same geographical origin. What strikes me the most is that akin to a pandemic, this national issue respects no jurisdiction, no borders, no territory, no timing, no rule of law. Interestingly, what transpires at this time is reminiscent of the disputes settled hundreds of years ago. In the 17th century, amidst the maritime disputes of then naval superpowers, England, Spain, Portugal, on the bodies of water they discovered, Hugo Grotius, known as the father of international law, asserted that oceans and seas belonged to all mankind, and no nation could claim them as its own. He argued in his 1609 classic Mare Liberum, or the Free Sea, that what can be neither seized nor enclosed can never be possessed. His concept became the very foundation of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, of which the overwhelming majority of the members of the United Nations are signatories. From this history, we learned one absolute truth. Disputes are resolved not through the recourse to arms, but through the rule of law. When the rule of law prevails, so does peace amongst nations reigns. Since 2010, China has dusted off centuries-old maps seeking to prove their historic linkage to islands in the East and South China Seas to give grounds to their expansive territorial claims. With its infamous 9-line map, China declares indisputable sovereignty over the islands in the South China Sea and the adjacent waters and enjoys sovereign rights and jurisdiction over the relevant waters as well as the seabed and the subsoil thereof. In a story I read, one Edwin Seracarpio, a 52-year-old Filipino who owns wooden bangkas in a harbor of Palawan, shares his plight in the disputed waters of the West Philippine Sea, saying, and I quote, "The locals are afraid to go out to the west because there are a lot of Chinese boats, military vessels. They say it has always been their property. That is really unfair." His tuna fishermen who enter waters their forebears had freely used for generations now find themselves suddenly at risk and fearful. Amidst China's continuing show of force, the Philippines has valiantly sought a peaceful, rules-based approach to conflict. This is a bold, historic move for a small nation like ours. Our strong stance has been skillfully crafted by legal luminaries and statesmen who compose the Philippine delegation, former Foreign Affairs Secretary Albert de Rosario and former Supreme Court Senior Associate Justice Antonio Carpio, among others. Filipinos of this present and future generations will forever be grateful to them. Notwithstanding the fact that UNCLOS was China's first multilateral treaty as a member of the United Nations, it outrightly refused to participate in the arbitration. Its succeeding rhetoric and conduct also proved to be in strong opposition to the mandatory dispute resolution procedures. Our glorious win was concluded by the decision thus saying, and I quote, "As between the Philippines and China, there was no legal basis for China to claim historic rights to resources in excess of the rights provided for by the Convention within the sea areas falling within the 9-dash line," unquote. China's response, coming from total rejection of the arbitration, was a resounding "so what?" In total defiance, recent events would indicate China's more aggressive and bolder assertions in utter disregard of other claimant states. Just this April, a Philippine Navy vessel, one of our own, was on course to its territorial defense operations and sovereignty patrol in the area of the Malampaya Natural Gas Facility and the Kalayaan Island Group of Palawan, when it detected a radar gun directed to it by a Chinese warship, preceded by its strong message thus: "Chinese government has sovereignty over the South China Sea, its islands, and its adjacent waters." This hostile action, most recent among many, was an affront not only to our country's sovereignty, but also constitutes a contempt of the prevailing rule of law. Along with our diplomatic channels, we know another thing for sure, that our government must be sincere and committed to its national defense efforts. This is not to militarize the matter, but it goes without saying that what a nation could not protect by its own power could not be safeguarded by the international community. Ideally, military expenditures must be increased to at least 2% of the gross domestic product to attain minimum credible defense posture and to be at par with our ASEAN neighbors. However, looking at our 2020 budget alone shows us that we are way behind the foot race. Our military expenditures amount to only $3.8 billion or 192.1 billion pesos, or a dismal 0.9% of the projected GDP. As a point of comparison, countries with maritime conflict with China spent more on their defense expenditures in 2019. Vietnam, with $5.1 billion or 255 billion pesos, representing 2% of its GDP. Japan, with $47.6 billion or 2.3 trillion pesos, and India, with $71.1 billion or 3.6 trillion pesos. The Philippines aims to have a minimum credible defense posture, but it should not just stop at that aim, but it should not just stop at that aim. To truly modernize our armed forces, it will take us more than 5 years of financial investment and capacity building. In the words of one Chinese foreign affairs official, China, as a big country, could not be expected to cede its interests in the face of claims of small countries. It appears to have recovered from its infamous century of humiliation when it lost its territory and its prestige to the imperial powers at the time. For China, the tables have turned from the bullied now becomes the bully. The strategy is widely seen as creating facts on the ground, or perhaps crafting or creating facts at sea. Experts make us imagine 10 years from now, if people look at South China Sea, they will see an area of powerful Chinese bases and points of control, thus changing the strategic calculus of the neighboring countries. How do we respond? My humble suggestion, which I know is already in the minds of those who are here today, through a vertical coalition of nations, a counterweight against a superpower to preserve the international order. It is imperative that we increase alliances among the community of nations. China's expansionist policy is historical. Long before it became a country that we see today, it was an empire. From China's perspective, it has natural dominion over everything under the heavens. Let it be said that we refuse to be under the same sky. In closing, let me leave you with a call for unity. No matter the scale, nature, and magnitude our adversary stands, we must uphold our interest as an independent and sovereign nation. Thank you. Mabuhay po tayong lahat.
Thank you so much, Senator Ping. Allow us to proceed to our first speaker on the area of the uncontested claims over the West Philippine Sea. I would like to ask Ms. Marites Bitug, a known author in the Philippines and author of Rock Solid, How the Philippines Won its Maritime Case Against China.
Thank
To
you.
share her thoughts.
Thank you, Dindo, and good morning to all our participants in Asia, and good evening to those in the US East Coast. Actually, for us journalists, there are fireworks in the air as we woke up to the statement of the US State Department, which seems to be the strongest so far on the South China Sea. And the day before that, Sunday, July 12, for the first time under the Duterte administration, the Department of Foreign Affairs issued a strongly worded statement celebrating the anniversary of the Philippine victory. But today I will focus my talk on 2 points. First, Duterte's missed opportunities, and I will just talk about 2. And the second point I will make is to talk about his two-faced diplomacy in the ASEAN. So since July 12, 2016, Duterte's heart has been bursting with love for China and has been in denial about the epochal victory. So he missed at least 2 opportunities to use the ruling to settle conflicting claims with Philippine neighbors and counter Chinese intimidation in the South China Sea. And moreover, his supposed independent foreign policy, in quotes, justified his embrace of China and allowed him to play a double game in the ASEAN. So now on the missed opportunities. First, the Philippines could have used the ruling to enter into sea boundary agreements with claimant countries in the ASEAN. A model would have been the Philippines-Indonesia Maritime Boundary Treaty, which went into force in 2019. It took a long time, though, to arrive at this treaty. The treaty drew a boundary between the overlapping EEZs of Philippines and Indonesia. It was first taken up in 1994 during President Ramos's time, signed by both countries in 2014 during President Aquino's term. Duterte and the Indonesian parliament ratified it in 2017, but it was only in 2019 when the Philippine Senate concurred with the ratification. However, there are no similar agreements between Philippines and Vietnam, Philippines and Malaysia that were started under Duterte. These concern demarcating overlapping EEZ and the extended continental shelves in the Spratlys. I understand that Vietnam sent word to the Department of Foreign Affairs early on the Duterte presidency when DFA was still under Alan Cayetano. They sent word about crafting such an agreement, but this fell on deaf ears. The second missed opportunity is what environmental and marine scientists have been proposing for a long time, to set up a marine protected area in the Spratlys, which are rich spawning grounds of fish in the South China Sea. We've heard this from John McManus, a marine biology professor, who has advocated a separate treaty through which claimants declared the Spratlys an international marine protected area. He even pointed out that Vietnam and Malaysia have already set up national marine protected areas in the Spratlys. So the Philippines, after its victory, could have used this momentum to lay the groundwork with ASEAN to achieve this goal. On my next point, Duterte's double game in the ASEAN. So through the years, it has become clear that Duterte trotted his independent foreign policy to achieve other goals. First, to shift from the multilateral to bilateral approach when it came to the South China Sea, and to advocate that other ASEAN countries take a similar stance. In 2017, when the Philippines chaired the ASEAN, it had the ASEAN summit in the Philippines, Duterte departed from the ASEAN's multilateral approach. He said in 2017 that the arbitral ruling was not an issue in ASEAN. It was only between Manila and Beijing. He conveniently forgot that in 1992, when the ASEAN foreign ministers met in Manila, they issued their first statement of concern on the South China Sea, marking the beginning of a multilateral effort to address the problem. And in 1995, it was the Philippines that ran to the ASEAN to seek support when China occupied Mischief Reef. Duterte also urged ASEAN members not to take sides between US and China because he said it would be a strategic mistake. But he himself chose China over the US, essentially practicing a two-faced diplomacy. And his claim that his foreign policy was independent was meant to justify his pivot to China, which I said earlier started to show as early as 2017. During that ASEAN summit in Manila, the Southeast Asian countries took a softer stance towards China, as reflected in the ASEAN chairman's statement. But to give a bit of background, Duterte's double game was also driven by domestic concerns, because at that time the Philippines was criticized by other countries, US, Europe, EU, for his war on drugs. But belatedly, in last month's ASEAN Virtual Summit, Duterte read from a prepared text and he mentioned UNCLOS, and he called on parties to refrain from escalating tensions and abide by international law. What actions will Duterte take after this will determine his sincerity or merely show that he was paying lip service to the rule of law. But here I'd like to point out a nuance which maybe other countries would find it difficult to understand. It seems that the Department of Foreign Affairs under Secretary Locsin has acted independently. Remember, in March 2020, the DFA filed 2 diplomatic notes with the UN asserting the country's claims in the West Philippine Sea. These were to oppose Malaysia's application and also to oppose China. And then in April 2020, the DFA lodged also a diplomatic protest with China after it named 2 districts, Nansha and Xisha, in the South China Sea. Actually, this was a reiteration of the Philippine government's position, which was already stated in 2012. And then, which is the most exciting, again, for us journalists, was on a sleepy Sunday, July 12, the DFA issued a statement for the first time celebrating the arbitral ruling and calling on China to comply with the award, which Locsin said is non-negotiable. Remember, in 2017, DFA under Alan Cayetano released a statement on the first anniversary of the Philippine victory, But when you review it, you'll find there's no mention of the award at all. It was more of a non-statement. So today we can see that despite Duterte's appeasement of China, China has not paused in its aggressive claims over the West Philippine Sea. And as Senator Lacson mentioned, the most recent was when a Chinese warship targeted a Philippine Navy vessel. So we expect China to continue its covetous actions in the West Philippine Sea. And as the saying goes, there is no rest for the wicked. Thank you very much, and I look forward to listening to the other speakers.
Thank you, Marites. Allow me to move to our next session. And the next session is, we need to put into context China in the current international order. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Matthew Kronig, Deputy Director, Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security, and Director of its Global Strategic Initiative. He's also a professor of the Department of Government and the Edmund Walsh School of Foreign Service in the Georgetown University. Dr. Matthew?
Great. Well, thank you very much for that introduction. It's really a pleasure to be here at this meeting. And it's just a shame I can't be there in person. I was last in Manila in 2017 and had some very good meetings and spoke with many of you, but good to speak with you virtually. And I've been thinking about the challenge that China poses quite a bit recently. And in fact, just recently published a book just a few weeks ago on the return of great power rivalry with China. So I'm going to put this in a broad context and make my remarks in three parts. First, talk about the rules-based system that the United States and its democratic allies, including the Philippines, constructed over the past 75 years. Second, talk about the challenge that China poses to that system currently. And then third, talk about a strategy for the United States, the Philippines, and other democratic countries to work together on this challenge. So first, this system that the United States, the Philippines, and other democracies have created over the past 75 years is really remarkable. And the system relies on an international system of institutions and agreements and rules, and really very different from previous eras of history before 1945. Part of these agreements are alliances in Europe and Asia, including the US-Philippines 1951 Mutual Defense Treaty. And so this system has provided security in Asia and Europe. Second, an important part of this system was the promotion of open markets domestically and globalization worldwide. And then another important piece, a third important piece, was the promotion of democracy and human rights around the world. And if you look at the results, it hasn't been perfect. There have been problems, of course, with the system over the past 75 years. But if you look at the security, the prosperity, and the freedom of this system compared to any other period in world history, really remarkable. So no great power wars over the past 75 years. Before the 1940s, 1 to 2% of the world's population used to die in international conflict. That number now is less than 0.1%. If you look at measures of prosperity around the world before 1945, the poverty levels around the world, roughly 2/3 of people lived at or below the poverty level. Today, that number is less than 10%. And if you look at democracy and freedom around the world, in the 1940s, there were 17 democracies on the planet. Today, there are 96. And so really, in terms of the peace, prosperity, and freedom of this global system, the United States has benefited, and the Philippines and other democracies have really benefited from the system. But the second part of my talk is the challenge posed by China, because China has decided to challenge this system. And I think the hope of the United States and the Philippines and others was that China would become a so-called responsible stakeholder in this rules-based system. Our hope was that as China grew wealthier, it would become more democratic, more cooperative in the international system. And instead, especially under President Xi, we've seen that China has gone in a different direction, has become more aggressive and assertive, and is really challenging every element of the system. So if you look economically, it's engaging in unfair trade practices, subsidizing its companies, stealing intellectual property from around the world. If you look at democracy and human rights, it's engaging in so-called sharp power practices, undermining democratic governance around the world, and cracking down on freedom at home. President Xi has eliminated any term limits, essentially setting himself up to be a dictator for life, engaging in gross human rights abuses in China, including locking up over 1 million Muslim Uyghurs in prison camps. But most relevant to our discussion today is China's activity front. Here, very concerning as well, engaging in military exercises with Russia and Europe, building military bases around the world. But most concerning is it's taking contested territory from neighbors in Asia. And we've seen the border dispute with India over the past several weeks, with China taking territory from India. But of course, the longstanding concern is their behavior in the South China Sea, including in the West Philippine Sea, taking territory through military force. As Secretary Pompeo said in his statement today, China's grabbing resources, harassing fishermen, and intimidating its neighbors. So this poses a threat to the Philippines, to the United States, but really to this entire successful system that the United States and its allies have built over the past 70 years. So what should we do about it? And this gets to the third and final part of my talk. I think this does pose a real threat. The 2018 US National Defense Strategy, the return of great power competition with China, is the foremost threat to the national security and the economic well-being of the United States. Secretary of Defense Mark Esper has joked that he has 3 priorities: China, China, and China. So this is a serious challenge. And so what should the strategy be? Well, the first thing, I think a good strategy starts with goals. And I don't think the United States or the Philippines wants a conflictual relationship with China. I think over the long term, we would all very much like a cooperative relationship with China. The problem is that that's not possible with the new direction that President Xi and the Chinese Communist Party have launched themselves on. And so what that means is, in the short term, is that we need a much tougher approach to China. We need to strengthen ourselves, strengthen our militaries, our economies, our democracy against the threat posed by China. Competition isn't always the other guy. It's also about strengthening ourselves. And I think there's some important things we can do there. But then second, I think we do need to impose costs on China where it violates fundamental rules of this system, and make it clear that there will be consequences when they break the rules in the security, economic, and governance space. I mean, I just got a warning about my internet connection. I hope you can hear me okay. Okay. And now some may say that, China's too strong. Philippines, the United States don't have the ability to do this. And I would say that's incorrect. If you look at just underlying measures of power, the United States and formal treaty allies, democracies, NATO, Philippines, Japan, South Korea, Australia, together we have 59% of global GDP compared to only 15% of global GDP in China. So working together, these democratic countries in a coalition, bringing together European and Asian and North American democracies, have the preponderance of power to really decisively shape international outcomes. And I think together we can convince the Chinese leadership that this is not in their interest, and maybe a future Chinese leadership would decide on a more cooperative relationship. But for now, unfortunately, I think our strategy is going to require us to get much tougher with China and the Chinese Communist Party. And with any luck, this strategy can produce another 75 years of peace, prosperity, and freedom. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Matthew. Dr. Matthew's book, The Return of Great Power Rivalry, is already claiming top spots in the market. So thank you for showing that in the screen. We move on to our next speaker, a colleague in our institute, a member of the Board of Trustee of the Albert Rosario Institute, Dr. Renato De Castro. Rene, can you start your presentation?
I have a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay.
Good morning to those who are in this part of the world, and good evening to those who are in the eastern part of the United States. When I was given this topic, I was kind of reluctant to accept it because primarily I have to make this claim. I'm not a China expert. My interest in China arose from the fact that my area of specialization is Philippine-U.S. security relation, and right now, of course, the greatest challenge to our alliance is China. So, but nevertheless, I have work on China primarily because of the need of the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the Department of Defense when they gave me tasks to talk about China, to basically ask me to discuss what is China's game plan, what is China's goal in the region. We simply don't have the capability to deal with China because China is a great power. We're just, we have the weakest military in the region. So I basically have to develop this this module, which I presented in the General Staff College and in the National Defense College of the Philippines. So my presentation is looking at what we call China's gray zone operation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. So, people are saying, how do you explain China's transformation of those land features into islands and putting military force on them? How do you explain China's, what China did in the Scarborough Shoal standoff in 2012? I can explain China's, Chinese corvette setting its gun control system against the Philippine BRP Conrado Yap in this year, and of course the ramming of a Filipino fishing vessel last year. This is part of what you call basically what is the parlance used gray zone operation. Measures short of war, measures that are intended to change the status quo without actually triggering a conflict. Next slide, please. So current discourse, of course, on Western, especially Western gray zone operation, in a way, I won't use the term actually ignorance, but the fact that they overlook the fact that China has played this game. China, this is basically how China basically conducted its statecraft as long as during the war, a period of warring state, even before you have the Qin dynasty. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So a discourse on Chinese political warfare in particular and military warfare in general, of course, is based on the work of Sun Tzu, The Art of War, which of course basically states that war and conflict is a reality that all nations faces. So this is a reality they face. War is something natural. The objective of warfare is not actually to use the military capability, it's to apply stratagem rather than strategy. Use of deception, use of bribery, use of espionage, use of measures, basically short of actual application of the military capability. It's basically aimed to weaken one's will to resist the opponent. That's basically the essence of the art of war. Next slide, please. So the goal is not really to conquer, subjugate, or destroy the barbarians, us, but basically to rule over them. As Susu mentioned, it's an art of war, to win without actually fighting, the mark of a great warrior. So I have to explain it to the Armed Forces of the Philippines. The purpose is not really to apply war on us, the military capability, but to basically for us to accept that there's no point in resisting China. And basically, I think the first victim of this stratagem is no less than our president, who would often say, what's the point of challenging China? Well, we have no capability to challenge China. Next slide, please. So my presentation would let's look at how the Chinese view the world, or use the term Chinese geopolitical code. I'll just breeze through it. Next slide, please. Next slide. So a geographic court basically refers to how a state, or basically how a polity views itself vis-a-vis the world. So I basically have three arguments regarding what's basically the characteristic of Chinese geopolitical code. Number one, this is what's raised by Senator Lacson earlier. Next slide, please. China does not view itself as a territorial state based on the Westphalian model. Borders are created not to keep the state inside, but basically they're convenient. Of course, when you look at China in the past, China has always been an empire. When it's powerful, it would expand. When it's weak, it will contract. So until now, China views itself not as a state, but basically an empire. State as identified on map is not, throughout its long history, it's always been ruled by dynasty. Chungku, this empire, where of course it's largely borderless in terms of geographic forms, considered itself civilizational in nature. When it's powerful, it would have to expand. And right now, China is powerful, so China simply had no choice but to expand. Next slide, please. Of course, this is something very obvious. China's viewed the world from the prism of pre-colonial tributary system. In fact, the Chinese doesn't have a term for it. It's for them, this is something given, that China is central to the world. Chungku. The rest are basically in terms of tributary states, barbarian states who adopted the Chinese system, and the term they use for barbarian, Wana, barbarians. So, of course, the lower end there would be the red-haired barbarians, the Europeans in the West. Next slide, please. The last. And this is something very crucial. Next slide, please. Okay, from the Chinese perspective, the world is not based on equality, but of course on hierarchy. And of course, this is something we have to take into account. The national trauma of the century of shame and humiliation. China viewed itself always as a victim. They were humiliated at the onset of the Opium War, and of course you have the imposition of unequal treaties. Then of course you have the ravages triggered by the Boxer Rebellion, how they, Beijing was burned, besieged by the Western powers in the 1900s. So China's always been a victim. The global system has been there, but China's been a victim of this global system. Next slide, please. Next slide. So of course, China was forced to accept and adhere to the system. So this is usually the Chinese position. And I've heard a lot of Chinese scholars and analysts saying this. We have not been part of that system, the system that's imposed before China became a global power. So we simply have no responsibility to abide by the rules of the system because the system was imposed upon us. So what's basically the essence of Chinese gray zone operation? Next slide, please. So of course, ever since China became People's Republic of China, there's always been dissatisfaction. There's always been contempt. There's still, of course, trauma, the 100 years of humiliation. There's also a notion that, especially, of course, when it comes to the ultimate goal of the Communist Party of China is to end the civil war that began in 1927. And it could only end if the communists absorbs Taiwan. But of course, at the onset of 1950s, you have the Seventh Fleet, then the Korean War. You have the President Truman saying that, deploying the Seventh Fleet. So, as early as the 1950s, the reality came that the fact that China could not effect this unification because you have the Seventh Fleet between Taiwan and, of course, the People's Republic of China. Next slide, please. So for almost the entire second part of the 20th century, China has initially pursued what you call area denial, maritime strategy of at least trying to prevent the coastal area, keeping its rival as far back goes through land-based army and a brown water. This was, of course, before the 21st century. Let's go into the 21st century after China, of course, has become a power to reckon with. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Of course, right now, the China's strategic goal is to break through the first island chain by building a medium-sized modern navy. Now they have the money to do so. They were able to acquire a Soviet-era aircraft carrier in the 1990s and basically transformed it into a carrier. They built their first indigenous carrier, first developing an air power that actually threatened, of course, basically push the United States Navy out of. And of course, the goal, medium-term goal, is to effect the unification with Taiwan by befriending the Seventh Fleet. from operating in the Taiwan Straits. Next slide, please. China's always been aware that it can only develop a blue water navy if it can effect a reunification with Taiwan. Basically, of course, once you have Taiwan becoming part of mainland China, it will be very difficult for the United States 7th Fleet to operate pass through the Taiwan Strait and even into the in the Pacific Ocean. Well, able, of course, also the People's Liberation Army break out first island chain, which of course the notion, of course, has been developed by Chinese strategists as early as in the 1940s. That is, of course, at that containment line. That was announced by Dean Acheson in 1949. They have, of course, Japan, Okinawa, Taiwan, and the Philippines constituting the first island chain. Right now that China is wealthy, China has developed a navy. The goal is not simply to push into the first island chain, but as far as into the second island chain, which of course constitute Guam down, of course, to the South Pacific. Next slide, please. Next slide. Oops. Okay. China's now fielding advanced weapon system long range. Of course, adoption of the tactic represents China's attempt to advance its geostrategic goal, not necessarily to trigger an outright conflict with the United States, but basically a psychological warfare aimed at the 7th Fleet, the Indo-Pacific Command, and Pentagon, that we have capabilities to sink your most important weapon system in the Indo-Pacific region, your carrier battle group. We have developed land-based intermediate range missiles, and of course fighter planes, fighter bombers that could basically target the queen of the naval battlefield, the American aircraft carriers. Next slide, please. In this of course, Chinese strategies see the competition primarily as a psychological game, political. The military is something that might happen, but this is not desirable. The goal is primarily to create that, impress that psychological fear on the part of the U.S. 7th Fleet that they could not anymore operate in the first island chain, and also directed against the countries in the region, Southeast Asian countries, that are of course challenging China in terms of the South China Sea dispute, basically creating this massive forces, naval forces, and fortifying those islands and impressing upon us there is no way that you could challenge China's growing naval capability. You have simply no choice but to submit, to accept the fact that China is a power to reckon with in the 21st century. Next slide, please. Okay, it's not a decisive victory, but incremental moves designed to gradually improve, of course, its diplomatic strategic position and slowly and eventually push the United States Navy out of the Indo-Pacific region. Of course, this is the goal. Whether that goal will happen or not, of course, will also depend on how the United States would react and how other U.S. allies would also respond to this Chinese gray zone operation. Australia, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and of course the Philippines. Next slide, please. China is supposed to not merely restore a semblance of the ancient tributary system, where of course Saudis and even Japan will have to be charged, but be no choice but to be part of it. The ultimate goal, of course, is this could only be realized if China will attain this eventual goal. Next slide, please. The long-term goal, of course, is to push and eventually supplant American power influence in the Indo-Pacific region as stepping stone to becoming a global power. From the Chinese perspective, China is not emerging. China is only a matter of re-emerging. We have been the traditional tributary power before the West came into the region, and we want to basically, return back to what they would call the normal flow of things, what Chinese would call the way, the dough. So for them, it's just a matter of returning back to the normal, wherein China would again assume its position as a center in this tributary system. Now I'm going to my conclusion. Next slide, please. Concluding thoughts. Next slide. From China's point of view, the West should never think of integrating China into the Western rule-based international system. I think this has been the goal of the United States during the time of Henry Kissinger. That China could be an important, of course, during that time, the Cold War, it's a very important ally. But some of the China China card that could be used against the Soviet Union. Later, of course, when the Cold War ended, was to make China a part of the liberal international order. I don't think that the Chinese would even contemplate on being part of the system, primarily because they see themselves as outside of the system. The system has always been oppressive to them. There's no way that we could always be part of that system. Next slide, please. Rather, the international system should accommodate China and involve it in transformation into this dynamic order. I heard this 1,000 times from Chinese academics. The order is not static. The order is dynamic. It has to be changed every now and then. Now, China is powerful. China should be given a say in transforming this system. And of course, from the Chinese perspective, transforming the system means China will always have an exceptional position in the system. Rules apply to everyone, and of course, except China, and we see this Chinese position in terms of the arbitral ruling. Next slide, please. China's long-term goal is to become, of course, the integral part of the ongoing process of transforming the order. The order is not static. It has to be transformed. And China now has a capability to transform, capability to be part of transforming the system. Next slide. I think it's just 3 or 4 more slides. Chinese leaders now believe that their country has preponderance of economic and military power under, of course, President Xi Jinping. Now it's time for them to basically play a vital role in altering those rules. Next slide, please. The essence, of course, of Chinese game plan consists primarily of either words or deeds, but of intentions. China's intention, going back again to its traditional statecraft, the mark of a great warrior is to win without actually fighting. I think this is the last or second to the last slide. Of course, you have to understand, China's current goal is the goal of an empire. Like any other empire in history, going back to the dynasty, Qin dynasty, Han dynasty, Sung dynasty, Qin, Yuan is always to survive, prosper, and of course expansion. At this point in time, China is a power to reckon with, so the goal is basically to expand in the region. I think I end my presentation here.
Thank you, Renato.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have as our next speaker to focus on the discrepancy of China's peaceful rise and neighborhood diplomacy. We had invited Mr. Rupert Hammond Chambers, Managing Director for Defense and Security, Bauer Group Asia, and President of the US-Taiwan Business Council. Rupert?
Dindo, my friend, thank you very much for including me, and good morning and good evening to all friends and colleagues joining us. Thank you so much for this subject matter. Just before I get stuck in, I would just like to touch on today's news out of Washington. Just a little bit of analysis from my standpoint. I would suggest to you all that part of the reason surrounding the timing of today's decision out of the State Department, or today's statement out of the State Department, was a calculation on the part of the Trump administration that the phase 1 trade deal that the Trump administration, the US, had consummated with the Chinese was not going anywhere until after the US general election later this year. And that as a consequence, with that calculation made, we're going to see from the Trump administration a series of more hawkish positions cut for the US that fit both their view of US posture in the region, but also fit with the narrative the Trump administration will unfurl or highlight here in the States as we move closer to the general election. So I suppose my point overall is we should expect more of these sorts of decisions, statements from Washington, D.C. that push back on some of China's behavior. Certainly in respect to today's announcement, I know personally it's welcome and long overdue that the US should take a clear stance on the Hague's ruling and properly and appropriately position US policy in support of the Philippines and our friends and allies in the region generally. Discrepancy in China's peaceful rise and neighborhood diplomacy. Well, certainly, if we look at the quick history of US-Taiwan relations or China's emergence in the world in the 70s and 80s, the switch in recognition was predicated to a large extent on China realizing its core principles, its goals and objectives through peaceful means. And that was the understanding that the United States took. And certainly in respect to the parochial area that I focus on, Taiwan, that is certainly the agreements and understandings that were made were that China would pursue its goals and objectives peacefully. As I will frame for you all over the next few minutes, as many of you surely recognize, that has not actually been the case at all. And therefore, where does it leave US foreign policy and US national interest? Should it continue to maintain support for these understandings that were consummated with the Chinese, when the Chinese have so overtly walked away from their commitments and as a consequence challenged the United States and candidly others in the region to reassess how they should view their relationship with China. But certainly through the 90s and the 2000s, economic coexistence and interdependence accelerated, and everybody seemed reasonably happy as long as they were making money in China. That ran through, in my view, basically through to 2012, even though Chinese behavior under that sort of headline was creating pressures that we were going to have to start to recognize as time progressed. Pressures in respect to trade, as trade imbalances, the massive theft of intellectual and property and intellectual property and trade secrets, which is of course an unimaginable shift in national wealth from countries that develop intellectual property and trade secrets and transfer it not willingly to China, who then capitalizes on that and builds its own wealth around it, all the way through to Chinese forced modernization, and still today an unsatisfactory explanation on the part of the Chinese as to why they need to spend as much money as they do on forced modernization and power projection. If we look at Taiwan, for example, perhaps Taiwan and Hong Kong intertwined, and we think of China's peaceful rise and how it's bumping into diplomacy. I mean, very quickly, a point I think all of us must recognize is that internally within China, the historic understanding between the Chinese people and the Communist Party was provide us economic upward mobility and we will let you run the country. Well, that's, I think I would argue that that has certainly shifted. And now we are looking at a more nationalistic China where the people of China are arguing more for, or being led towards more, a view of China globally and global leadership by the Communist Party in exchange for running the country. And the economic upward mobility argument has grayed a bit as Chinese nationalism has surged. And I think the compact between China's people and the Communist Party as a consequence has shifted as well. I think it's important because if we look at the last 18 months and what's happened in Hong Kong and the re-election of Tsai Ing-wen, we can see the existential threat that democracy confronts the Chinese Communist Party. And I do wish to differentiate between China and the Chinese Communist Party for this purpose. I happen to believe the two Chinese Communist Party and China are not inextricably intertwined, nor is it inevitable that the communists will continue to run China forever. And that democracy confronts the Chinese Communist Party with a real challenge. How do you, for example, shut down democracy activists like Jimmy Lai, Martin Lee, and others in Hong Kong? You can certainly use your media to argue that they are arguing for a separate Hong Kong, an independent Hong Kong. That's nonsense. Jimmy Lai is certainly not arguing for that. He's arguing for democracy for Hong Kong. But Beijing sees that equally as a threat as it does Taiwan independence, the Taiwan independence and the Democratic Progressive Party, Tsai Ing-wen's party. They lump the two together because ultimately they represent a threat to the rule of the Chinese Communist Party and therefore need to be crushed by whatever means. So the peaceful rise of China is growing in the face of a reality that is hard to bribe. It is hard to put economic incentives in front of, to coerce or self-censor. Self-censor is the word, is the nomenclature I like, the term I like, and curb the direction that foreign policy takes for many countries. And I think that shift is very much underway at the moment. Tsai Ing-wen's past 18 months, I think in particular is instructive how the Chinese can behave in a certain way, looking for one outcome and end up with another. At the beginning of 2019, Tsai Ing-wen's re-election prospects were looking pretty grim. There was the Kuomintang, the nationalists were looking ascendant, and had some personalities, particularly that of Han Guoyu, the newly elected Kaohsiung mayor, who looked a potential candidate to defeat her. But who steps up but Xi Jinping in January of 2019, gives an extremely hawkish speech, which Tsai Ing-wen responds to similarly. And we can really almost pinpoint right there the improvement in her fortunes as she moved from that point in early January through to her re-election a year later. And not just an election with a small margin, but a thumping defeat of the KMT, and also also holding the parliament. There's a piece to this, I think, that has regional implications in respect to China and the importance of democracy. That election defeat, even though it's a parochial matter for the island of Taiwan, has resulted in the opposition party, the nationalists, the party that we would all expect to argue for a robust, close economic and cultural relationship, certainly with the mainland, to reassess the viability of that platform, given the behavior of the Chinese and its coercive actions towards Taiwan. China's behavior is changing the very framework, the very boundaries with which Taiwan's politics exist. And I would argue, certainly in the short to medium term, not in the interests of Beijing and Xi Jinping. And I underscore the importance of democracy, but also how China's behavior and the way it plays out within democracies can result in China's interests with those countries dissipating. And of course, we see it here in the States, obviously very clearly, but particularly after the election of Mr. Trump and the hawkish approach that his administration has taken towards the Chinese since 2017. So US policy under Mr. Trump has certainly crystallized around broader support for the island in all areas bar trade and economics. Now here, I think China's peaceful rise and its diplomacy, of course, is inexorably intertwined with China's economic wealth. Perhaps One Belt, One Road might be some nomenclature that would allow us to identify how the Chinese have approached that. But it really didn't take that long for the region to start to understand that One Belt, One Road came with significant costs to national sovereignty. And if we pivot for a second and look at Europe for the moment in its pandemic period, particularly the Southern European countries that experience significant debt and whose economies really only grow when the global economy is going well and their exports can pick up. China can certainly appear as a predatory country that can use its economic wealth to make sovereign gains or gains in its national interest in respect to the European Union. And I think we're going to see more of that, frankly, in the coming several years as the full economic impact of the pandemic hits countries that are particularly vulnerable. And the Chinese, in my view, will no doubt look to capitalize. However, the absence of a trade agenda here in the US with the region is a problem. And it undermines the ability, in my view, of the United States in its leadership position with its allies in the region to both persuade them of the value of a more concerted, organized economic arrangement that allows us to push back on China's more coercive, hegemonic economic engagement, and to provide leadership on that front. I think that's something that we would certainly want to see from re-elected Mr. Trump or an elected Mr. Biden. Whether either of those two administrations are capable of delivering that given the political tenor in the United States, I regret to inform you, is highly problematic. The absence of a trade, as I said, yes. So, just to wrap up quickly, just a couple of thoughts to leave you all with as we move forward. Hong Kong, one country, two systems is dead. So the Chinese, however, the Chinese continue to pursue, at least rhetorically, policies that fit the legacy positions that they have carved out for themselves, particularly over the last 20 years and under Xi Jinping. However, I do not believe, I do not believe that the positions that they're pursuing, one country, two systems, are match up with what we're actually seeing. And of course, that's the case with Hong Kong. And of course, one country, two systems is dead on Taiwan. It is absolutely DOA. But China continues to insist on it as the platform for unification, as the People's Republic of China have never controlled Taiwan. But I think that the last piece I want to leave you with is more on the commercial side and the supply chain. I'd like to leave you with the thought of one company, two systems, as we think about how our economies can tackle the challenge from China, both as a predatory country in respect to our intellectual property, trade secrets, and our market access, but also a growing insistence on the part of China and the United States that you choose. And we see that as a sovereign level. We've already seen it, but now we're starting to see it much more at a commercial level. So one company, two systems is basically a concept I'd like you to think about, where a company has to think about two systems with which it engages, and two supply chains with which it engages, and two sets of global markets with which it engages. And that is going to require a new set of strategies for companies and therefore countries to appropriately position their economies to address what almost certainly will be a long path of tension between the US and China, irrespective of who's in charge here in the States. Thank you, Dindo, very much.
Thank you, Rupert. Again, Rupert is Managing Director of Defense and Security of the Bauer Group Asia, our partner in this international conference. And he also sits in the board of Project 2049, a nonprofit research organization focused on securing Indo-Pacific region as China pursues its goal of realizing the China Dream. Thank you, Rupert. Moving on, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Meli Caballero Anthony, Professor of International Relations and Head of the Center for Non-Traditional Security Studies at the Rajaratnam School of International Studies, Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Dr. Meli?
Very much to the invitation to join this, the usual greetings, good morning and good evening, wherever you are. And before I begin, the usual caveats have to be declared that I am not, like many of you, a China expert, but I have agreed to participate in this because I was asked by Dindo to talk about issues of non-traditional security and China's contribution to this and its implication on neighborhood diplomacy or to the bigger issue about the emerging regional order. One observation to first kick us off, when you talk about non-traditional security, that is essentially moving away from the usual military issues, territorial disputes, etc., and focusing on what we call comprehensive or human security issues, most important of which we have a very good example is the outbreaks of pandemics, infectious diseases. We have climate change, we have food security and the like. And usually when you look at how these issues define interstate relations, there's always the assumption that because these are not hotly contested issues like territorial disputes, NTS issues are supposed to be low-hanging fruits. And because of that, it's supposed to generate a more conducive environment for regional cooperation. And at the same time, it also offer a lot of opportunities within the context of regional order, for example, to develop and strengthen norms interstate norms for peaceful relations, at the same time also maintain and observe the rules of the game. And given that as a context, where are we? Where is China in the region? I would like to recall, for example, in the late 1990s, early 2000, when China, in its attempt to assuage the concerns of its neighbors, southern neighbors, has iterated, or rather advanced, its notion of a new security concept, which is supposed to challenge the so-called traditional concept. A new security concept emphasizes the approaches of mutual benefit, mutual cooperation, confidence building, et cetera, et cetera. And that notion continues to be promoted, most recently by President Xi in April of 2014, when he talked about this new concept of security, comprehensive security. He calls it holistic security that focuses on the life and safety of people. And because of that, it appears to be that notion of security informs China's relations with ASEAN as a group, and its bilateral relations with the member states of Southeast Asia, and even the wider East Asian region. So I have 3 points then to illustrate where the discrepancy is and where that assumption of low-hanging fruits may in fact can be problematic and goes against our usual assumption that non-traditional security issues are non-contentious. The first point is that the notion of China, using China's concept to define its neighborhood diplomacy. In the ASEAN-China bilateral relations, the economic development has become an important agenda. And China has never failed to capitalize on this notion of holistic security to promote its role in the region. There's a lot of change from the late 1990s till now, when you see China as now one of the biggest donor aid contributor to development aid in the region bilaterally. In fact, if you look at it in economic terms, China has become almost, I think, the second largest trading partner of ASEAN. But for other members in Southeast Asia, particularly in the Mekong region, it's seen as the biggest, largest trading partner. And if economic development is supposed to be linked with the whole notion of security, comprehensive security, then it appears that China is in fact on the right track in shaping its developmental relations or its security relations with the region. Now, I want to emphasize that this is not different from the way the ASEAN countries conceptualize the notion of security, that security and development are two sides of the same coin. So the first point is China has in fact capitalized on that in its role as a developmental partner in the region. There are writings from the Mekong scholars that talk about China as being able to provide public goods in terms of its contribution to infrastructure and other means of connectivity. Second is the whole, going back to the thing about, peaceful region neighborhood diplomacy. And this is where the whole agenda of NTS comes front and center. In fact, in China's white paper on Asia-Pacific security cooperation in 2017, non-traditional security was a major section, and it outlined a range of issues from terrorism, that's a surprise, it's seen as a non-traditional security within the rubric of transnational crime. It talks about health, it talks about maritime security, and it talks about disaster relief. So let me just choose three to highlight where sort of China defines its role. In the issue of disaster relief, a very important agenda in the region, given that in light of climate change, we really, particularly East Asia and in Southeast Asia, we are one of the most vulnerable regions in the world. So China, it of course suffers from its own natural disaster. We see that almost every month, especially now in the news. But China's role has actually evolved from that of just a participant in defining the areas of cooperation in disaster relief to now a major partner in terms of being able to provide a very important material support, and that is financial. And you can see from as early as 2004 with the Indian Ocean tsunami, that was really the trigger point for China to step up its support for the region and providing what you call financial assistance. It has, for example, signed an MOU with ASEAN on disaster management, pledging millions of dollars in grant assistance, and at the same time providing equipment. You know, China, like many big militaries in the region, like the US, has the heft, which some countries in the region do not have. So there have been, in the case of the earthquake, the Indian Ocean tsunami in Indonesia, and even in the recent earthquake tsunami in 2010 in Palu, China has been very much there. It's also very visible in providing disaster relief to smaller countries in ASEAN, for example, in Laos, when they had the severe flooding. And you can see that China's, medical, it's not just the military, but it's also its medical contingent. It came and arrived and provided the much needed help in this regard. In terms of public health emergency, since SARS and H1N1 and now COVID-19, regardless of the very fact that there are some issues about how the viruses actually evolve. There are, of course, speculation that they could possibly come from a lab in Xinhua. You can see the Chinese government sort of taking this opportunity to really show and demonstrate its capability when it comes to public health. After being able to manage its own issues in Wuhan for over a month, then you can see China visibly out in the open. They call this, many people describe this as mask diplomacy. They were there when countries couldn't provide help. They were there in Europe, in parts, in Germany, in France, particularly in Italy, and in Southeast Asia. They have dispatched thousands and hundreds of protective equipment. They provide, for example, distributed some needed therapeutics. We can see that in the case of the Philippines. They have offered to provide medical help, even down to even promising that, because China is fastly developing all these vaccines that, unlike in the US, which basically monopolize the supply of remdesivir by making sure that it got all the supplies. China has offered that to the region that it was going to be one of the recipients as and when the vaccine comes about. But there's the other element, though, to health diplomacy, which I'll come back in a while. And really, that when it comes to, it's not just being able to respond, but being able to strengthen the norms of health security insofar as being able to be transparent, being able to report, to be able to immediately report when there is an outbreak of surveillance as part of this regional global health surveillance mechanism. There are some issues there which then draws on or touches on the so-called discrepancy of China's diplomacy. And as we all know, and it has been mentioned already at the start of this, all of this mass diplomacy basically was taken over by the so-called wolf diplomacy. Wolf diplomacy in the sense that just as countries were grappling with the agenda of trying to deal and mitigate the impact of COVID-19, China was being adventurous in the South China Sea, and you can see its actions in the waters in the Natunas, also in the Philippines, and that in a way one could argue is a good example of how China, to be very kind, is almost mindless with the kind of inconsistency, or maybe you could argue that it's actually intentional, because it basically wasted a very wonderful opportunity of providing the so-called public good that it talks about in the region in light of this comprehensive and holistic security in a stroke of, by being adventurous and even belligerent as far as its neighbors is concerned, particularly those that have contesting claims in the South China Sea. It basically wasted the diplomacy that it has started as far as health is concerned. Which brings us to the third issue about its work in maritime environmental protection. And we can talk about a lot of declarations, a lot of agreements, a lot of promises for China in trying to help and advance the China-ASEAN Maritime Cooperation Fund. They talked about, for example, within the vision of marine environmental protection, I think Emeritus talked about this earlier. They were talking about building platforms for marine technology cooperation, having centers for joint oceanographic research with countries like Malaysia, Myanmar, and Thailand. And I think in the context of the Philippines, there was even a plan for joint research, but that was mothballed in 2018 in light of China's behavior. So going back to the point I raised earlier and the argument that one cannot therefore take for granted the assumption that although China is has taken a huge role in advancing cooperation on non-traditional security issues, right? Because of its own behavior, in the case of maritime environment protection, its behavior in the South China Sea, this contradiction becomes even more glaring and raises a question as to what really is China's role in the region. And Renata talked about it's the hegemon. It doesn't consider itself as being bound by norms of sovereignty because it's a different country altogether. But if you're an international relations scholar, there's always this debate. Is China, because of its new material power, it's come up stage, is it an expansionist, revisionist power, or is it in fact a responsible power in the region, which it wants to, for example, to convey? And in the context of dealing with non-traditional security issues, one could argue that on the one hand, it is actually being responsible by providing a lot of support. And yet, if being able to address non-traditional security issues in terms of building norms of transparency, building norms of respect and protection of those that have been victims of natural disasters, the norms that come along with it, civilian protection, China, given its own political dynamics, has been shown to be very uncomfortable, very awkward when it comes to this regard. So this is where, even in the so-called safest or non-contentious security issues, China, the dilemma or the discrepancy, as noted in this panel, is very much visible. The extent to which that discrepancy is reduced really remains to be seen. The climate at the moment is not favorable, both for China and both for countries in the region, and certainly as far as bilateral relations are concerned. So it continues to be an evolving relationship, and I think we are in for more discrepancy in the years to come. Thank you.
Rubindo, you're on mute, Prof.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Dr. Melly. Now we move on to ASEAN, moving forward, institutionalizing change and redefining consensus. Our first speaker is Mary Hybert, Head of Research, Bauer Group Asia, and a non-resident Senior Associate for Southeast Asia Program of the CSIS, and just came out with his latest book a few weeks back, titled Under Beijing's Shadow, Southeast Asia's China Challenge. Mary?
Great. Thanks, Dindo and ADR Institute for this invite. Just one correction, the book isn't coming out till August 15th, but thanks for the free plug. And it's also a great honor to be on this panel with friends who are in absentia, I guess. We're all in different places. Dr. Nguyen Tum and Aaron Connolly, it would be great to have a chance to talk outside of being on Zoom, but that's what we're doing these days. So Dindo already raised the topic, which is ASEAN moving forward, institutionalizing change and refining consensus. So I'm going to talk about three basic topics. One is what happened a little bit this year because of COVID. Secondly, talking about some of the challenges ASEAN faces in actually becoming an institution, finding ways to deal with challenges. And then thirdly, some of the impact that's being talked about by leaders of the China-US dispute now. ASEAN and Southeast Asia are being affected. It's pretty clear that COVID disrupted ASEAN's normal operations this year and Vietnam's role as a chair. Normally, the ASEAN has about some 1,500 meetings each year, and most of those ground to a halt this year. There's been very little done on the code of conduct between ASEAN and China on the South China Sea. There's also very little progress on the completion of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the trade agreement that includes ASEAN and five its dialogue partners, China, Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. India dropped out late last year. And it also, Vietnam really hasn't been able to push ASEAN to deal with its blueprints for 2025, its ASEAN vision for 2025, those kinds of things which were supposed to be focal points this year. And then one of the big things that Vietnam was hoping is to organize a US-ASEAN summit with the US in the US. And that's obviously been totally derailed. And this year was really very important for ASEAN because next year and the year after, ASEAN will be chaired by Brunei and Cambodia successively. So ASEAN will move with a little less dispatch and a little slower generally. And then next year also is the 30th anniversary of ASEAN-China relations. So much of the focus is going to be on upgrading the partnership and all of those kind of meetings that China does during anniversary and Southeast Asia do during anniversary years. Vietnam was able to, of course, organize some things virtually. It came out very early with a COVID statement in mid-February where it was sharing information, and there were standardized measures for health inspection of borders. It helped set up an ASEAN working group that involved people from health, foreign affairs, defense, etc. Between the ASEAN countries. It established a tabletop exercise for the ASEAN Center of Military Medicine. And it organized the ASEAN +3 counterparts, dialogue partners. It was able to also promote some work on economic recovery when the pandemic is past. Yeah, so I'll end with that on that first point of what's happened within ASEAN. So ASEAN, this second point is sort of what's happened with ASEAN over the last couple of decades. It's over the last 30 years expanded very quickly, but it still makes decisions like it did in the early days when it only had 5 or 6 members through consultation and consensus. This is a good thing in that it means that all ASEAN members, whether big or small, are equal in their votes, in their roles in influencing ASEAN policy, but building consensus on complicated issues like the Rohingya in Rakhine State in Myanmar, the South China Sea. And on the South China Sea, we've repeatedly seen Cambodia block consensus within ASEAN on the South China Sea, and often it's assumed because of the aid that arrives very quickly after Cambodia's move, the aid that arrives from Cambodia, that China has been strongly influencing Cambodia. There have been various suggestions over the years how ASEAN could step up its role and come to more dramatic, more impactful kinds of policies. One of the ideas is an ASEAN minus X or ASEAN minus one, which would prevent the tyranny of one in cases like the South China Sea. So that would mean that if Cambodia didn't go along, the rest of the ASEAN 9 or 8 or 7 or whatever it was, like ASEAN has done to some extent on some economic issues, others could be left out for now and then brought on later. But that really hasn't caught on for the larger political strategic issues yet. And then there's, besides the South China Sea, there's one big issue that has emerged that ASEAN really should be able to have a role in, but hasn't at all. And that's the Mekong River, where we've been learning increasingly over the last few months that China's 11 dams on the upper reaches of the river are holding back huge quantities of water that are resulting in drought in the lower Mekong countries, particularly in Laos, Thailand, Cambodia, and Vietnam. And it's really having a huge environmental challenge to agriculture, to fisheries, and the two major rice baskets of Southeast Asia, Thailand and Vietnam, are threatened if China keeps holding back this much water during the rainy season, so that there's not enough water to replenish what's left in these countries, so that when the dry season comes, they just are experiencing massive drought. Then I'll end with a couple of comments from Prime Minister Lee, who has been of Singapore, who's been very active in writing in foreign affairs in recent months. And he does point out, which a lot of others do too, but he does it more succinctly and clearly maybe than many, that the Southeast Asia is very concerned that the ASEAN countries are living at the intersection of increasing competition between China and the US. The Southeast Asians, he insists, don't want to choose between Washington and Beijing, and really almost all the countries say that. And for a long time, these countries have enjoyed the benefits of both worlds, building economic relations with China while maintaining strong political and military ties with the US. And Lee said ultimately that the continuing success of Southeast Asia will depend greatly on whether the US and China can overcome their differences and build some level of mutual trust and work constructively to uphold a stable and peaceful international order in the region, globally, but particularly in the region we're talking about. And as several people, including Rupert, have talked about, we do have an election here in November. It's still 4 months is still a long way off, but if Biden, former Vice President Biden, were elected, we could see some changes in the dynamics in China-US relations, but there's no chance that we're going back to the status quo that existed under Obama before Trump took office. So I'm going to end there, Dindo, on a rather gloomy note, but thanks a lot for the opportunity.
Thank you, Murray. Looking forward to your book. Our next speaker is Dr. Nguyen Vu Tung, President of the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam and Ambassador Designate to South Korea. Ambassador Tung.
Thank you, Dindo. Do you hear me right? Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much, Dindo, for the invitation to participate in this very exciting forum where I can see my friends and exchange views. I have 4 points to offer here. One is about ASEAN, one is about China, One is about South China Sea, and one is about what shall we do next. About ASEAN, I agree with Murray that the COVID-19 has disrupted many activities for ASEAN, and it has impacted, I must say, the chairmanship of Vietnam when most of the meetings are conducted online. I have argued in a piece submitted to ISIS Malaysia that this is not good for ASEAN, especially when so many projects that are important for ASEAN and partners to be discussed and implemented, especially with regard to RCEP, RCEP, and also COC. But I must say that the conduct of ASEAN activities are basically made at the working levels, and that means the statements, the positions, or the documents are negotiated through the officials, and I think that on that front, ASEAN can come up, as we have seen now, with some really good documents that were adopted by the virtual meetings. The last, the summit, the 36th summit of ASEAN is a case in point, and it has a very good, I think, portion on the South China Sea, which I would discuss a little bit later. I can relate ASEAN with the discussion on the international order, and I think that ASEAN basically is compatible with the existing international order on the three main goals, which is peace, prosperity, and democracy in terms of social and political progresses in the member countries. I would like to point out that this year 2020 is a good year for Vietnam to show that the decision to join ASEAN is the decision to join and interact with the existing order. So Vietnam is the chair of ASEAN for this year, and Vietnam is having the membership in the United Nations Security Council as a non-permanent member, as well as the normalization, the celebration of the 25th anniversary of normalization of Vietnam's U.S. relations, and the signing of the FTA between Vietnam and EU are all the evidences of Vietnam wanting to join the order, and Vietnam wanting to be a part of the of this order together with other ASEAN members. So I think that that the meaning and then the importance of the existing order is well understood in Vietnam's policy. Moreover, ASEAN now is still recognized as the central player, having the central role to play in the architecture of the Asia Pacific, and that means that ASEAN is now the elements that have to strengthen the existing order, especially when the order is now under stress by both the more assertiveness and aggressiveness of China that challenges the order, and also by the what I call the withdrawal from the United States by the United States from the leadership role in the order that it has to build 75 years ago. My second point is about China. I agree with the analysis earlier about the Chinese more aggressiveness in the recent activities, especially with regard to territorial disputes, even not only with ASEAN and claimants in the South China Sea, with Indonesia, but also with India. And of course, with the wolf warrior campaign that is showing that China is entering a new stage of assertiveness, especially when other countries are still busy with COVID-19. But I would like to point also out to the very reason that I see the new level of assertiveness is reflecting or giving the signs of the weaknesses. And the weaknesses has been exposed more with COVID-19. It seems to me that the Chinese economy is in more trouble, and the COVID-19 is making the trouble bigger in terms of scale and more exposed in terms of and more exposed in the eyes of the rest of the world. And it also provides Chinese leaders with more political and social pressures. And I think that the internal domestic pressures are one of the main reasons why China has to be more aggressive in terms of its foreign policy. The Chinese difficulties and weaknesses can also be seen in the greater awareness of by the other countries, seeing the cost of associating or aligning with China economically, strategically, and even politically. So BRI, as mentioned earlier, is now seen with more suspicion rather than enthusiasm. So I think if we see that one of the main root cause of China's assertiveness lies in the weaknesses, we can be, I think, more sober to see that China has numerous limits that constrains its activities. Point number 3 is about South China Sea. I think that the COVID-19 and Chinese activities is a blessing in disguise for us to see South China Sea development in a more optimistic view. One is that China is making less friends, and especially China is making causing troubles to not only to ASEAN claimants, Malaysia, Philippines, Vietnam, but also to Indonesia. And it seems that it creates a very favorable conditions for ASEAN to build a greater consensus on the South China Sea, based on the fact that we are all aware of Chinese moves, of Chinese motives and Chinese objectives in the South China Sea. And it seems to me that consensus on a statement, consensus on statements that have South China Sea substance is easier to be built on the part of ASEAN. So we take the statement by the ASEAN summit as an example. I was told that the discussion and negotiation on South China Sea part is kind of smooth, and you see the tones and you see the wording in that statement. You see the consensus on ASEAN, on how ASEAN see the recent activities by China. We all know that China is not named, but we know we are who we are talking about. Secondly, with regard to the South China Sea, the COC negotiation, I think can be seen in that light, because COVID is preventing ASEAN and China to have face-to-face discussion or negotiation on the COC, and I think that it gives the ASEAN and the ASEAN a breathing space to think more clearly about the goals, the possible achievements by the COC, because COC is too serious to be discussed online. So I think that when we wait for the time when ASEAN and China can sit together face to face to discuss and negotiate about COC, we would have a better idea of how we proceed with that. The interpretation here is that we can, sorry for being blunt, forget about the deadline. So we can have an extended deadline, and which is good, I think, because we would have a more substantive, more effective, and more enforcing, law enforcing ASEAN. I mean, code of conduct. My last point is about what we can do what we can do in this situation, especially with regard to ASEAN. I would like to focus on the minilateralism or minilateral approach with regard to the South China Sea. We agree that the UNCLOS is still serving as the foundation for whatever we are discussing about South China Sea. But I think that the recognition of the importance of the arbitral award. Now we are celebrating the 4th anniversary of the arbitral award. It gives us a reason for stronger hope for the claimant, ASEAN claimants, plus Indonesia, to do something together, especially on the recognition of the arbitral award, to start negotiation, bilateral negotiation on sea zone demarcation, or on specific project to protect the environment, especially the maritime resources. Or we can, the 4 ASEAN claimants plus Indonesia can work together in order to propose some project together, even on the joint submission of the continental expansion. So I think that with regard to the application of ASEAN's mode in conducting international relations, I think that on the one hand, I would like to say that ASEAN is compatible with the existing international order, and ASEAN is even doing more in strengthening that international order for the peace, for the sake of peace, prosperity, and social and political progress. And applied to ASEAN, I think it is the better time for ASEAN to approach the South China Sea issue from the what I call multilateral approach that involves the 4 ASEAN claimants plus ASEAN. And I also agree with my last point. I also agree with Merit saying that the Mekong issue can also be a very good place for ASEAN to start to show its dynamism and proactivism. So I think I will end here and thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dindo.
Thank you, Ambassador Tung. For our next speaker, Sir Aaron Conley, Research Fellow in the Southeast Asian Political Change and Foreign Policy of the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Aaron's expertise is on Southeast Asia with specialization on Indonesia, Myanmar, and Malaysia. Aaron?
Thanks, Dindo. It's really a delight to be presenting to the Albert Del Rosario Institute again, and to have to be presenting alongside such an august list of speakers. It's good to see Murray and Ambassador Tung as well, and Ambassador Del Rosario, Secretary Del Rosario. And I noticed a number of friends from Malacanang, DND, and DFA in the attendee list as well. So thank you all for joining. I think it's good that we continue to commemorate what was really a remarkable, a real landmark in terms of international law, international maritime law, and for Southeast Asia 4 years on. I want to address a few things here that my remarks will mostly focus on Indonesia, because I think that's kind of the missing piece of the puzzle when it comes to ASEAN's response to the arbitral tribunal's ruling, and it's evolved over the past year, and it's important to understand how it's evolved. The first thing I would say is Indonesia has had a very strong response in a very narrow way up until earlier this year. In 2016, Indonesia faced off with Chinese Coast Guard vessels 3 times in the overlap between the 9-dash line and Indonesia's claimed exclusive economic zone northeast of the Natuna Sea. On 2 of those occasions, it arrested Chinese fishing vessels, impounded them, arrested their crews, and there was a diplomatic back and forth between Indonesia and China. At the end of that, Jokowi actually traveled to the Natuna Islands, and many of you will have seen the famous photographs of him on board the Indonesian ship, Navy ship Imam Banjol. And this seemed to send a very clear message to Beijing that Indonesia was not willing to compromise when it came to the specific Indonesian territorial claims on Natuna Besar, which have never been challenged by China, and then the maritime claims emanating from Natuna Besar, the exclusive economic zone that Indonesia claims. But after that, things appeared to settle down a little bit. And I think it's important to understand that Indonesia was not completely inflexible when it came to this issue. So just to give you an example, at the same time that the 2016 incidents were going on, Indonesia also had a campaign of sinking vessels that were found fishing illegally in Indonesian waters. And this was an extraordinarily popular policy of President Jokowi, and in particular of his fisheries minister, Susi Pujiastuti, who's a little bit of a maverick and captured a lot of attention for other reasons as well. But this policy was one of those reasons, and became the most popular minister in Jokowi's cabinet. But during that illegal fishing campaign, which really ended when Susi left office at the end of Jokowi's first term in October last year, Indonesia sunk 556 foreign fishing vessels. Of those 556 vessels, 321, more than half, were from Vietnam. 91 were from the Philippines. 3 were from China. And Minister Susi had to really fight to get any of those 3 sunk. And in fact, the first one that was sunk was a vessel that had actually been captured 5 years earlier in around 2009. And it was done, unlike the rest of the vessels, away from the cameras. It was not done with high explosives, as many of the others were. It was, quietly scuttled away from media attention. And so Indonesia worked behind the scenes to try to keep things on an even keel with China, even as it was sending a very clear message that when it came to the narrow issue of the Natunas, it was going to take a very strong stand. And we saw what Indonesian diplomats would argue is flexibility, what others would argue was a step back from Indonesian leadership on the international stage as well. When it came to the arbitral tribunal ruling 4 years ago, Indonesia issued a very tepid statement. It was one of the most tepid within ASEAN. And it almost didn't refer to UNCLOS 1982. There was actually a debate within the Indonesian government as to whether or not referring to UNCLOS 1982 would upset Beijing. And at one point, Jokowi asked that the reference be taken out. And it was only through the intervention of Luhut Panjaitan, then the coordinating minister for law and security, that it was put back in. And so it was a very, what the Australians would call it was a resiled response. And it was not what we had come to expect from Indonesia during the presidency of Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono and his foreign minister, Marinata Legawa, which featured a lot of shuttle diplomacy to try and get ASEAN on the same page with regard to its position following the ministerial in Phnom Penh in 2012, and also with regard to the code of conduct. So why is this? Why has Indonesia chosen this very narrow path as opposed to the broader one that is pursued by Jokowi's predecessor? The first reason is Chinese investment. As of last year, China is now the largest investor in Indonesia in terms of investment flows, and that doesn't include Hong Kong. If you include Hong Kong, China is 150% of the next largest investor. Previously, Japan and Korea were very large investors in in Indonesia, but their investment has declined. And Jokowi is almost singularly focused on increasing foreign investment to make sure that infrastructure projects, to ensure the success of his signature infrastructure program. So that's the first main reason. And Jokowi has been concerned that taking a stand on South China Sea issues would lead to less investment from China. The second one is a tradition of non-alignment. Obviously, Indonesia has what they call a bebas aktif, free and active foreign policy, which they interpret as sort of rowing between two reefs, as Indonesia's first vice president, Muhammad Hatta, said. And it doesn't want to get too close to either reef. And so as great power competition amps up, it will seek to avoid the shoals on which the Indonesian ship of state could crash in this very memorable metaphor. And the third reason is that when Jokowi came into office, he declared that Indonesian diplomacy would depart from what SBY had characterized as summit diplomacy, where SBY was very interested in hosting summits and being the big man at these summits and having a real voice and decision in terms of how international disputes were settled. Jokowi viewed that as kind of an ego trip. And during his campaign for president in 2014, it was notable for hinting at this criticism that had been made at SBY domestically throughout his 10-year presidency, that really what SBY was interested in was being seen to be an international leader, as opposed to actually doing things that would gain benefits for the Indonesian people. And so Jokowi declared that his diplomacy would be diplomacy membumikan, down-to-earth diplomacy. So a real contrast with summit diplomacy, and that would focus on consular work and trade issues and investment issues. And he viewed South China Sea issues as a summit diplomacy issue, and diplomacy membumikan is different. You could argue that this is a kind of Indonesia first policy, because under SBY and Nata Legawa, Indonesia was very active in pursuing a policy that would provide a kind of protection for all ASEAN countries from China's claims. At the very least, it's a very short-term policy. It's one that I think doesn't take into account the way that Chinese statecraft has changed over time, and the fact that Indonesia increasingly is going to become a target of Chinese statecraft as it becomes more aggressive, revisionist, revanchist, whatever your preferred adjective is. So the question that has been asked over the past year is whether or not this is changing in Jokowi's second term. And there are some hints that it might be changing a little bit. So for instance, we have in the past year, the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, which was reached in no small part due to the efforts of Indonesian Foreign Minister Retno Marsudi. And although it is not a particularly robust document, it is a consensus document. It does validate the Indo-Pacific frame that has been used by other powers, outside powers in the region. It makes it ASEAN's own. It sort of makes it okay to use within ASEAN. And then we had on December 31st last year, in the midst of another standoff between Indonesia and China, northeast of the Natunas, a statement from the Indonesian Foreign Ministry, which I don't think has received enough attention. It was the first time that Indonesia referenced the Arbitral Tribunal Award in reference to its own claims northeast of the Natunas. It took Indonesia 3.5 years before it was willing to reference the Arbitral Tribunal Award. So again, it underlines Indonesia's reticence. But it did use the Arbitral Tribunal's award to argue that China had no claim to the waters, maritime claims or rights in the waters northeast of the Natunas. And then that reference was reiterated in 2 submissions to the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf in May and June. So it was not a fluke. It's something that Indonesia intends to continue to do. And that is a major shift in Indonesia's position. It doesn't depart from Indonesia's legal position on UNCLOS, but the fact that it is willing to use it and repeatedly use it in reference and in response to Chinese statements is, I think, a big change. Would it matter if Indonesia were to take a stronger position on the South China Sea disputes and to take a more active role in Indonesian diplomacy? I have argued that it would. I think that although I know some of our colleagues from other ASEAN countries will bristle at this characterization, Indonesia still is seen by China and by some of the other ASEAN countries as a kind of primus inter pares. And because it is the largest country in ASEAN by population, it is one of the largest markets in ASEAN, it has an ability to provide a kind of cover for other ASEAN countries to take similar positions. So if Indonesia moves out in front, it makes it okay for Malaysia to take a similar position. And you could begin to see more collective action within ASEAN. And it could become easier to come to consensus statements that push back on Chinese claims over time. So I do think it matters. I'll just touch very briefly on Vietnam's chairman's statement coming out of the ASEAN summit last month. There was a lot of attention to this, particularly in the United States and Australia. And I think it's important to recognize that this was not a consensus document. ASEAN chairman's statements are not consensus documents. There would have been a broad consultation with ASEAN partners before the chairman's statement was released, but it does not represent consensus. And I think we have to wait to see what comes out of the ASEAN ministers' ministerial on the sidelines of the ARF, because I believe that's the only consensus document that is to be issued this year, unless there are special summits that will occur virtually later in the year. But I am a little bit concerned that the US statement today on the Arbitral Tribunal Award could actually push some ASEAN countries, particularly Indonesia, away from making a stronger statement in the ASEAN communique to come out of that at the end of the ASEAN ministers' ministerial later this year. Again, Indonesia doesn't want to be seen as too close to the US position. If it takes these positions, it wants to be seen as taking them on its own, on the merits of Indonesia's own national interests. And that's something that has to be taken into account by the United States. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Aaron.
Should I step?
Yeah, Richard.
Sorry, we only have like 15 minutes and like 30 speakers. So I'll try to keep this as short as possible. Good to see everyone and looking forward to joining you later for the CSIS conference in South China Sea later tonight or tomorrow. So we have a lot of questions actually pouring in, and for the purpose of calibrating this and compartmentalizing it, and the fact that some of our speakers are actually based in East Coast, and I think they're a little bit on their last energy tank, maybe I could first ask, I would have loved to go the other way, but let me just ask perhaps Matthew and other folks in the East Coast, maybe Murray, what are your first impressions on the new statements that came from Secretary Pompeo? I mean, you have a case whereby the United States is claiming that it's neutral, but it's more or less saying that the Philippines perhaps has the mischief reef. It has statements on Scarborough. There was even a statement on Natuna. Perhaps Aaron can mention that and talk about that later on. So I wanted to see what are the initial impressions you have on that. And you know, as someone who has been writing and observing the Trump administration policy for quite some time, this is not the first major statement. Last year around March, Secretary Pompeo also made this quite unprecedented statement saying that, you know, the mutual defense treaty with the Philippines will also apply in the South China Sea. We never had that on the cabinet level as far as I know. And later on during the Reed Bank crisis, you had Ambassador Sun Kim saying that the mutual defense treaty could even apply to gray zone threats against the Philippines in light of the militia threats from China. So maybe this is also a question for Marites and Dr. De Castro from the Philippine perspective. How do they see the Trump administration policy going? And I think Morey has already mentioned that a while ago, that are we moving towards a bipartisan consensus? It seems return to the Obama administration kind of policies no longer an option, but were a Biden administration to win, are we going to see a continuation of this increasingly tough stance against China? And will this be even enough considering how China is engaging in strategic blitzkrieg in the South China Sea? So I think there's a lot to talk about there, but maybe we could start with Matthew and then Morey, and then probably we could also bring in other folks. Yep. Who's in charge of bringing whom? Dr. Kronik, are you still there?
Maybe we can start with Murray.
Or maybe Morey, you want to go ahead? Sorry.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of it's already been said. We don't, obviously, a lot of what was said today was quite unprecedented. It was stronger than what's been said before. But one of the problems we have with the current administration is they make very strong statements on an issue and then disappear for months at a time, and that means it's really not that effective. To make what Secretary Pompeo said today have more gravitas would have meant maybe consulting with ASEAN and other partners in trying to find a way to move forward and try to put more pressure on China. But China knows the U.S. is pretty hostile right now. And they're going to interpret this as in the middle of the election campaign, the U.S. where the COVID-19 is running rampant, economy is struggling, and so it's the very weakened U.S. Trump administration struggling. And so it's looking for foreign enemies to attack. That's how the Chinese are going to respond to this. Right. And so if they and I would have argued 3 years ago when they started going after China economically, that they needed to do it with others rather than doing it simply by themselves. So I think it's good that this happened, but it's a one-off. And for it to really have an impact, we're going to have to see what happens down the road. And as you said, Richard, we're heading into an election campaign. We are an election campaign heading toward elections. I think Biden might look for ways to cooperate with China in areas like climate, maybe Iran, those kinds of things. But I think on sort of security, maritime issues, he'll be pretty tough. I think on economic issues, there's so much complaining by U.S. companies of what China's doing with its state-owned enterprises, what it's doing on intellectual property rights. The business community has shifted 180 degrees on China, or 170, that's for sure. And so Biden can only, and the Democrats, you saw them even in the Hillary Clinton campaign 4 years ago. They abandoned the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So a lot of the globalization, the trade agenda has hardened immensely, and there's going to be a lot of push for reshoring, moving supply chains away from China. Those kinds of things. So I think we're heading to a pretty rough, turbulent spot in U.S.-China relations, even if Biden is elected.
Yeah. Dr. De Castro maybe wants to give the Philippine perspective, how the Philippines is viewing the Trump administration's latest statements with respect to the South China Sea. Dr. De Castro?
Okay. It's very strong in a way that the United States basically adopted the position of the arbitral tribunal, telling China, we simply don't recognize your claim. So it's very ironic the fact that the U.S. is taking the position of a convention wherein the United States not even party to the United Nations Convention of Law of the Sea. But it's very useful right now in terms of the U.S.-China strategic competition. So the United States is taking that position. I just want to pick up from what Murray mentioned about whether you have a Biden or a Trump in the next election, the policy would remain the same. I've been in the States twice since the strategic competition emerged. I attended a conference in Hawaii where I met a Chinese academic who said that right now, almost all Chinese academics are treated like a spy. So what she's basically saying that the animosity towards China is coming from the society. It's a societal level. Of course, the bureaucracy coming from defense, the National Security Council, and of course the State Department has always been there. But what is happening, now it came from the business. You have ordinary Americans basically seeing China as a threat. So we see again, circa 1947, where the suspicion and its animosity towards another great power competitor is coming from the society. So whether you have President Biden or Trump there, he or she would have to operate from a context, a domestic context that's primarily. Okay, that's my 10 cents to talk regarding this. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. We don't have much time, so I'm going to push this further right now. Thank you very much, Dr. De Castro, on that. I want to ask, before going back to Aaron on the Indonesia question, I want to ask first Ambassador Nguyen, what does he have to say on the ASEAN statement regarding the fact that the on clause should be the sole basis for the management and resolution of the disputes? I think this is, for us, this is quite a major development, because in the past we were a little bit iffy about what is going to be the legal reference, and that provided China a lot of room for injecting its own version of the norms or laws that will guide the code of conduct in the future if ever we finalize that. How major was this new statement by the ASEAN emphasizing that only on clause should be a basis for the settlement of the disputes and management of the disputes in the South China Sea, and how that could be carried over into the negotiation of code of conduct or whatever it is that we're trying to negotiate right now. Ambassador Nguyen.
Thank you, Richard. I think that the emphasis on ASEAN on the importance of UNCLOS is not a recent phenomenon. ASEAN has been reiterating many times before that the UNCLOS should be based as the foundation for any activities. I mean, negotiation or discussion on the South China Sea. From a broader view, the UNCLOS is representing the international order, and the international order, I think, is working for the smaller countries, because if and when it is based on the international law, and UNCLOS is the we call it in Vietnam as the weapon for the weak countries. But the new development in my own observation is the recognition of the arbitral award that was made 4 years ago. The situation now is that more countries in the ASEAN, including Indonesia, Vietnam, of course the Philippines, are more frequently citing the award as the application of the UNCLOS in general sense to the South China Sea in a more specific time and place. So I think I can agree with the opinion raised earlier that the recognition of the arbitral awards would be used now as the foundation for one, more consensus among ASEAN, and two, for more joint activities among ASEAN, firstly among the four claimants, and then in Indonesia and others. So that is why I see the greater ease for ASEAN countries to build the consensus on the South China Sea part in any statements recently ASEAN has made.
Ambassador, could I push you a little bit on this? Because since last November, we're hearing a lot of at least smoke with respect to the possible Vietnamese, lawfare against China. There's a lot of discussion about conciliation. This keeps on coming up. We had that discussion back in March in Vietnam. Is Vietnam seriously contemplating using the arbitration option, similar to the Philippines, because we proved that compulsory arbitration or conciliation commission under Article 5 of UNCLOS is actually a possibility. Is Vietnam finally taking this option seriously?
Don't quote me, okay? But
yes, exactly. No, that's
it's always an option for Vietnam.
Right.
We don't see any difficulties with regard to the legal aspect of that.
Right.
But basically, it is a political decision.
It's a political decision.
Yes, and we can see the elements that are influencing the political decision. One is about like I said, the greater awareness of the importance of not only the UNCLOS but also the arbitral award, and the understanding in Vietnam that the award is really important, and it can be used as the evidence and as the incentive for Vietnam to go further on the legal front, especially when more countries in the region are recognizing it. That's one thing. The other thing is that we of course must see the higher level of Chinese assertiveness in the region, and people think that this kind of activities must be stopped, and not through military means, and legal fight is the way to go. And then, like I said, it is the legal. It is not only a legal thing, but it is the political will. So we have to wait. And I don't think that it is in the immediate future that Vietnam would take the decision. One of the elements is the Communist Party Congress next year.
Thank you. That was very, very helpful, but I cannot quote you. Thank you very much for the clarification. Now, going back to you, Aaron, before we close the question and answer portion, I have still one question for Rupert later on. What about the aspect of domestic politics? I mean, maybe Jacob is very interested in having a good relationship with China for economic reasons, but I see a lot of analysis also about bottom-up pressure on the Jokowi administration to take a tougher stance. And I think this is something that we're not analyzing enough when it comes to the Indonesian policy in the South China Sea and the relevance of the mentioning of the Natuna in the statement of Secretary Pompeo, supposedly on South China Sea. It seems now there's a recognition that the two are entwined thanks to China, right? So I just want to get more your point of view on that aspect of Indonesia's foreign policy.
Yeah, the bottom-up pressure is something that I've been tracking very carefully, and there's now an intersection with Indonesian domestic politics. There was an effort by some fringe Islamist elements in Indonesia to make the Uyghur issue a political issue in last year's Indonesian election. That actually didn't succeed. There was a kind of agreement among Indonesian elites on the pro-Prabowo side, the pro-Jokowi side, not to make China an issue in the election. And that was, frankly, a little bit of a surprise that Prabowo Subianto in particular was that restrained, because Jokowi had very serious weaknesses in terms of his relationship with China that mainstream Muslims in Indonesia would have also had concerns about. It did begin to pop up a little bit more and become more of an issue in December with the Natuna standoff, which was covered extensively by the Indonesian media in a way that the previous standoffs in 2016 were not. And I think that it kind of revealed the error that China had made, and that may have been part of a factor that forced Indonesia to make the statement citing the Arbitral Tribunal Award on December 31st. It's now come up a couple more times in the Chinese fishing vessels with Indonesian sailors on board over the last couple of months have been cited for mistreating those Indonesian sailors and actually burying them at sea after they had been abused, reportedly or allegedly to cover up those abuses. And that has received some attention in the Indonesian press. But there is a concern on the part of Jokowi and on the part of a broad set of Indonesian elites that by highlighting these issues, even those that are relevant to Indonesian citizens, but certainly those that are broader China issues, will affect Indonesia's freedom of maneuver because it will introduce it into domestic politics. And that's something that Prabowo Subianto, who is now defense minister, and Jokowi certainly, they don't want to limit their freedom of maneuver because of domestic political pressure. And so they've been reluctant to highlight these things. There is also, I think, a genuine concern on the part of some mainstream Muslims and Indonesian Muslim leaders, like from Nahdlatul Ulama, Muhammadiyah, and Jokowi, that highlighting actions of the PRC, even if they are completely unconnected to ethnic Chinese Indonesians in Indonesia, could lead to anti-Chinese sentiment in Indonesia. I think that concern is probably overstated and could be resolved if Jokowi would take a more liberal line in saying very explicitly that Chinese Indonesians are Indonesian, that they carry Indonesian passports, they're loyal to no other capital but Jakarta. But he has not been willing to do that. He doesn't seem to believe that that would be effective.
Is this a turning point, or do you think this is just back and forth depending on what's happening in the high seas and China's behavior in the Natuna Sea area?
I wouldn't describe it as a turning point. I would describe it as a slow evolution that we've seen over time. It is partly in response to domestic politics, partly in response to Chinese behavior, perhaps also partly in response to Jokowi and some of his advisors becoming wiser to international statecraft and taking some of the lessons from the SBY era, although I think they would never acknowledge it, that they were slow to learn during Jokowi's first term.
So some strategic learning going on there in Jakarta. It's good to know. Is Rupert still there? Maybe last question, is Rupert still there? Because I would have loved to also get his point of view on, is Rupert there? Yeah, because I wanted to get his point of view on the European perspective, especially with the frictions between China and Britain, and some European countries also signaling that they could have more presence in the South China Sea in this part of the world, but I'm not sure he's still around. Okay, if Rupert is not around, then we can move to the next panel, maintaining the freedom of the seas in the Indo-Pacific. So I'm gonna turn this over to Vam. Thank you very much, guys, and ladies and gentlemen, for that fantastic Avengers back and forth. Let's move to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. For our next panel on maintaining the freedom of the seas in the Indo-Pacific, I would like to ask our next speaker, Dr. James Kraska, Chairman and Charles Stockton Professor of International Maritime Law of the Stockton Center for International Law of the U.S. Naval War College, to deliver his comments or talk. Dr. Kraska.
Thank you very much. Thank you kindly to the ADR Institute for the invitation. It's a real honor to be able to participate tonight. I've got just a couple of thoughts on international law and freedom of the seas, freedom of navigation through a structural realist lens, which I can assure you is definitely in a minority of legal scholars. And so I would suggest that freedom of navigation operations is necessary but not sufficient to strengthen the rule of law. The rule of law in the West Philippine Sea, South China Sea requires, like any legal system, 3 elements. First, there has to be legislation. And there already is legislation that emerged from the 3rd UN Conference on the Law of the Sea and produced the UNCLOS Convention. And there already is this rule set in place. It was not imposed upon China. China participated. In fact, China was a principal advocate for the Law of the Sea Convention and the creation of the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf that it now purports to seize from its neighbors. China was a leader, in fact, probably the most powerful leader during this conference of the Group of 77. And they were opposed by the major maritime powers, which at the time included Japan, the United States, France, the United Kingdom, and also the US principal rival, the Soviet Union. So that's the first element of law. The second element of law is the judiciary. And of course, UNCLOS provides for compulsory mandatory dispute resolution procedures in Part 15, and those they have produced an Annex 7 arbitration that was handled by the Permanent Court of Arbitration. And that is one of the 5 procedures for compulsory dispute management. And the judiciary has already ruled on this case. What's missing is an executive or an enforcement branch. And this is always what sort of unsettles people that study international law. And it makes some say, incorrectly in my view, that international law is not really law because it lacks this central enforcement mechanism, except for perhaps the UN Security Council. Certainly, this is the weakest pillar of international law generally, as well as in this region. I'll move on to how this space can be filled, and that is essentially with US power and other nations contributing to a balance, a structural realist balance of China's presence. And there is a misperception that the United States' focus on freedom of navigation today is either a fleeting or passing fancy, or the biggest misperception of all, that it arises or arose from this preponderance of American power that's now diminishing, and therefore maybe the interest in freedom of navigation might wane. There's really 2 fundamental bases for the interest in freedom of navigation. The first is strategic, and it dates not to 1945, but really to 1914. And the cornerstone of American strategy is that there are 3 centers of power in the world: Asia, Europe, and the Americas, North and South America, and that the United States has a fundamental interest in ensuring that neither Asia nor Europe falls under the domination or the sway of any individual power. And so this is why the United States fought in World War I against Imperial Germany, in World War II against Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan. And it's why the United States fought and won the Cold War, is to prevent that from happening. And this is why the United States remains present and will remain present in East Asia. So it dates from 1914 and actually even earlier. The second pillar of US presence is actually a principled basis for freedom of navigation that even predates the rise of American power and the emergence of the US Navy and the worldwide tour of the Great White Fleet in 1907, 1908, and 1909. It dates all the way back, in fact, to the founding of the country. And the investment in freedom of navigation really arose from the United States wanting to ensure free trade with all countries. And instead, it was caught up in the wars of the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars. And I've chronicled them with a co-author in this volume on the Free Sea, going all the way through the American history of freedom of navigation, of which the South China Sea is only the latest example. You have to remember that the United States fought its first 4 wars, 4 armed conflicts over this issue of freedom of the seas back when the United States was barely viable as a country. We fought the quasi-war with France in 1798 to 1800, 2 Barbary Wars, and the War of 1812 against the United Kingdom. Weaker certainly than France and the United Kingdom or Great Britain, the 2 major powers in the world at the time. So where does that leave us today with a contemporary setting of China's activities in the West Philippine Sea or South China Sea? My view is that the writing was really on the wall, not in the last 10 years, but it's been almost 20 years. First of all, China really began activities to interfere with US freedom of navigation in the late 1990s. And nobody should have missed, and yet we all did, the threat posed by China after the 2001 EP3 incident. And that was just before the attacks of 9/11, which consumed, unfortunately, the US attention for the greater part of 20 years. If there was any doubt after 2001, the USNS Impeccable incident in 2009 should have informed everybody. But there was a bipartisan failure to appreciate this threat. So that's where we are now. The bipartisan failure has continued up until the present, except for the last few years of the Obama administration, when they got some things right, including the pivot to Asia with Kurt Campbell and Secretary Hillary Clinton. They conducted 4 FON operations, although there were some problems with them, notifying China in advance, for example. The Trump administration has been much better, also, of course, an imperfect exercise. The Trump administration has conducted 22 freedom of navigation operations. Now remember, these are just part of that third leg of international law of executive or enforcement action, and they're demonstrations of presence and power. Most recently, the Trump administration has increased the tangible effect of these by sending 2 aircraft carrier strike groups, the Reagan and the Nimitz, just this month, just in July, the first time in 6 years. Now, what's most interesting in my view about those operations is that they not only said that they were conducting the typical military exercises, operational maneuvers, but for the first time, they also mentioned that they were conducting anti-air warfare exercises, as well as, most surprising, long-range strike exercises, missile strikes. And so in response, China had said that, am I still on? Because it just went blank for me for ADR, okay. China had tweeted out that, that China has the South China Sea fully within its grasp. And indeed, with the DF-21 and DF-26, Chinese missile forces do outrange US surface forces, although not submarine forces and airstrike forces. The United States tweeted back, and yet there they are, meaning the Nimitz and the Reagan. And so at a minimum, these surface ships, although they have combat power, they're at least a tripwire. And the Navy also tweeted out hashtag at our discretion and hashtag not intimidated. So in conclusion, what I would suggest is that international law lacks an international police force, and that means that nations have to work with self-help. And because of a relative diminishment in American power, the United States can no longer do it alone, and of course must work in concert with friends and allies. It has to impose sanctions, impose costs such as sanctions. It has to have a more transactional policy, and it has to have a reciprocal policy, because the United States is no longer strong enough to absorb the costs for the international community of easing the rise of China. I would say that happily, countries are in recent years stepping up, the United States as well as other countries are stepping up to balance in a structural way the emergence of China as a military power. It really began, in my view, in 2015 with Japan's reinterpretation of its constitution, and also Japan quietly developing hypersonic weapons. Australia, as you probably recall, has just announced a 40% increase in its military spending over the next decade, as well as the acquisition of 200 anti-ship cruise missiles, quite surprising, as well as more surprising, a commitment to develop its own hypersonic weapons. And then finally, the Department of Defense is developing not only hypersonic weapons, but also such technologies as artificial intelligence, quantum key communications, and then thinking about a distributed force, not the traditional naval force, but a distributed force that would, in the event of a conflict, dominate that first island chain, which is now, in my view, very much at risk from Chinese domination in these long-range strike missiles. And the US is doing this through a distributed naval force, but also interestingly, if you have followed the Army and Marine Corps doctrine, they're looking at putting Army and Marine Corps land-based missiles in the first island chain, beginning with probably Japan, where there's numerous US bases. And so this will counteract China's domination or preponderance in the missile forces. And it's essentially the exact same policy that was adopted by the Reagan administration in response to, at the strategic nuclear level, in response to the Soviet Union's forces, nuclear forces in the European theater. And so the United States installed ground-launched cruise missiles and the Pershing II ballistic missile to balance the Soviet missiles. And then effectively there was greater stability in Europe, which of course eventually led to the zero option. So hopefully that will be something like, in my view, what is developing in the South China Sea, and it will help to strengthen this perception of the rule of law. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. James. Moving on, our next speaker is a former ambassador of Japan to the Philippines, Ambassador Kazuhide Ishikawa, who's currently an adjunct fellow in the Japan Institute for International Affairs. I want to point out that in 2016, during her term as an ambassador, the Philippines and Japan signed a defense equipment cooperation agreement, which will allow Japan, or which allowed Japan to transfer defense equipment and technology. Ambassador Kazu has sent us a recording of his commentary and his talk because there was a conflict in his schedule in Tokyo. We will share now his recording.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to join this international conference organized by the Strat-based ADRi Institute from Tokyo today. I'm particularly happy because I had a wonderful time working with Secretary Del Rosario in Manila as Ambassador of Japan to the Philippines. First of all, let me briefly touch upon the concept of FOIP, free and open Indo-Pacific. Recently, ASEAN produced the AOIP, the ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific, and the government of Japan expressed her support to AOIP because it is along the line with Japan's policies of free and open Indo-Pacific. Prime Minister Abe developed this concept of FOIP starting back in 2007 in his speech at the Indian Parliament. The main concept of his speech was confluence of the two seas, Indian Ocean and the Pacific. Prime Minister Abe also defined FOIP as international public goods at the TICAD, Tokyo International Conference on African Development, in 2016. Therefore, Japan is a natural supporter of AOIP and would like to pursue synergy effect of Japan's FOIP and AOIP. We look forward to joint effort to further elaborate AOIP with our ASEAN friends in the future. Now the South China Sea. When the Philippines initiated the legal procedure against China under the UNCLOS in 2013, we thought that this is one of the most authentic ways to peacefully solve international disputes, so we fully supported the Philippines' stance despite predicted harsh reaction from China. We congratulated the Philippines for its total victory in the case. On my part, I recall my personal experiences stressing the importance of the arbitration to President Duterte and his cabinet members, because the Duterte administration was just formed then and might not have time to adequately focus on the issue. We anticipated China's strategy to disregard it and divert the world's attention from the ruling and let the public forget it. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary for the Philippines, Japan, and other like-minded countries like US and Australia to remind this historic ruling and draw the world's attention on its importance whenever possible. In this respect, ASEAN meeting scorecards in the past were sometimes positive, sometimes negative, mainly depending upon which country was a chair in relation to China. This year's online ASEAN summit meeting seems to have created a strong message, which we really appreciate. But it is quite important to continue sending strong messages to the world. I have a strong concern over the recent activities of China in the South China Sea, including the declaration of 2 administrative districts over the Parcel Islands and the Spratly Islands. In East China Sea, we see breach of international law by the Chinese official vessels almost every day around the Senkaku Islands, Japan's territory. Looking at the growing assertive attitude of China all over the world, South China Sea, East China Sea, Hong Kong, we should heighten the sense of urgency. In particular, history tells us that when vacuum of power existed, China filled it. Also, the world is now preoccupied with the fight against the coronavirus, and China may be squeezing the opportunity. Lastly, I would like to draw your attention to the ongoing COC negotiation. Of course, future product of COC must be consistent with international laws, in particular UNCLOS. But the negotiation has been taking too much time so far, and no prospects of early conclusion. Chinese Premier once mentioned 3 years more. If you look at the current DOC declaration, this is a good document with sufficient key elements all included, like rule of law, freedom of navigation, unimpeded commerce, peaceful settlement of disputes. DOC can be converted to COC easily with some additional legally binding words. In a sense, you can conclude the COC negotiation overnight. Long negotiation is not favorable for peace and security in South China Sea, as it provides China with time to build up military capabilities and time to divert the world's attention from the arbitration. Another serious concern for us is transparency. Non-members for COC negotiation become more and more suspicious because there are so many unconfirmed information on the contents, such as exclusive application of COC in terms of military exercise, economic development, and dispute settlement. If COC becomes not consistent with international law to the effect to limit the outsiders' rights, COC will be a joke, and ASEAN's credibility will be highly, highly damaged. I hope ASEAN friends are highly conscious to this transparency issue and provide adequate information to non-members. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you everyone in Manila soon.
That's Ambassador Ishikawa, who was decided to send a recording because of a conflict in the schedule. Moving forward to our next set of speakers is that we have Professor Rory Metka to discuss the rise of Indo-Pacific, strength in collaboration and militarism. He's the head of the National Security College of the Australian National University and a non-resident fellow in foreign policy for the Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. Professor Rory?
My screen's gone blank. Do the other participants see?
Oh.
Okay, now it's better. Yep, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, can you all hear me?
Yes, Professor Rory.
Fantastic. And look, it's really great to be welcome to this, this mega conference of yours Dindo, it's nice to see you again and to see some old friends and colleagues as well from across the region. I'll just speak very briefly on, I guess, how I see the Indo-Pacific concept playing usefully into the way that really we can mobilise our countries to protect sovereignty and a rules-based order in obviously this very disrupted environment. And so I'll make a few observations based on my recent book, which may or may not be available in the Philippines, but I hope it is, Indo-Pacific Empire, which is the international edition of a book released here in Australia called Contest to the Indo-Pacific. And this book really captures two narratives about the Indo-Pacific that I think are useful in trying to build the solidarity among frankly, a lot of the middle powers and the middle players in our region to push back against Chinese coercion and to find a kind of acceptable settling point in the regional order. It's nothing new, I think, to this audience to know that really over the past, I'd say 20 years or so, our region has been reimagined in this Indo-Pacific framework. And this isn't just some fancy new title or a reinvention. This is a recognition of the fact that there is now so much connectivity beyond East Asia and across really a two-ocean system, the Pacific and the Indian Oceans, East Asia, South Asia, and so forth. And in many ways, this imperative actually puts China's actions very much at the centre of the regional security dynamic and puts the South China Sea literally at the centre of the region. So that when a country like China, in fact, objects to the idea of the Indo-Pacific as some kind of code for balancing, or in China's imagination, containment against China, in fact, what we're seeing is a recognition that China's own behaviour, its expanding interests and influence, its coercive behaviour everywhere these days, from Southeast Asia to India to Australia to Japan, these factors actually have created this much greater sense of regional unity. So my thesis is partly that there was a kind of structural dynamic bringing us towards this Indo-Pacific moment. But secondly, that being in this Indo-Pacific era actually provides a very useful platform for solidarity and balancing to really try and limit and push back against the coercive use of Chinese power. And it is striking, in my view, that although a lot of critics of the Indo-Pacific idea, particularly from China, point out that there are differences, differences in the way that the United States and Japan or Australia or India or indeed ASEAN, differences in the way that we talk about the region and the way that we define the Indo-Pacific. There are actually some very common principles across all of our national and institutional approaches in support of sovereignty, in support of the rights and interests of smaller states, in support of the resolution of disputes through non-coercive means, the non-use of force, and in support of a rules-based order and international law. And so even now, the dynamic in the South China Sea, the dynamic that the Philippines and other Southeast Asian partners are dealing with really reflects the shared values and interests right across this very loose coalition of Indo-Pacific partners. And I think part of the beauty of this idea is it really provides a rationale for bringing in partners like India, for bringing in partners like the Europeans, because remember, of course, France is in many ways an Indo-Pacific power, to build much larger coalitions that we can work with to try to set limits to China's behaviour. Now, all of that is well and good, and it's very easy to point out that it's nice to talk about solidarity, but what are we actually doing in practice? And I found it useful to hear, I think, the observations of one of your previous speakers, I think from James, about the practical steps that a number of countries are taking in upgrading their military capabilities, in becoming more activist with their diplomacy and so forth. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought, I think, a moment of obviously very profound disruption to this strategic landscape. And I think very disappointingly, the opportunity that China had to use the shared threat of the pandemic as a basis for a genuinely cooperative approach to regional security problems, to try to transcend our strategic differences, that opportunity has been squandered, has been lost. And instead, I think, unfortunately, we have seen a kind of acceleration and intensification of the coercive diplomacy that China was already enacting over the past 10 years, and that's really ramped up in the past 6 months. And here, I guess I want to pose two thoughts before I close. One is, how do we interpret China's actions, and how do we use that as a basis for more effective defence of our interests and pushback? And the second goes back to this question, of course, on this question of what does solidarity actually look like? To what extent are we willing to take risks for one another? Look, I think there's no definitive answer yet to the logic of China's behaviour in the past few months. One interpretation is that there's a very strategic, very calculated acceleration of China's effort to dominate the region, to challenge the United States, to lock in its gains as a great power, and frankly, as in many ways, a neo-imperial power. The second interpretation is that, in fact, China is making a terrible mess of this. And of course, these two interpretations are not inconsistent with one another. That in fact, the very, I guess, pathway to totalitarianism that China has shown in recent years, internal repression, external assertiveness or coercion, this is actually now almost compelling the party, the Communist Party, to take all sorts of assertive and aggressive actions that are actually not in its long-term interest. So there's this whole angry periphery now from India to Southeast Asia to Australia to Hong Kong to Japan, and indeed even Europe, and Britain are becoming alienated. And that's even taking America out of the picture for a moment. And I should add Taiwan, of course. In other words, this extraordinary horizon of risk that Xi Jinping has really exacerbated, and things are going to go wrong. Things are already going wrong. So I think if we take that as a starting point, we can begin to think about strategy and about what solidarity looks like. And that is going to be, to begin with, unfortunately, not a whole range of major countries taking fundamental risk with their interests to aid their fellow middle powers, but it is about building, I think, new understandings and setting some new limits to Chinese behaviour in disinformation, in propaganda, and beginning to develop, I guess, options, ways of either imposing costs or signalling in the long run that coercion isn't going to work. And I think, in closing, we should watch in particular what India is doing at the moment, because I guess my sense is that where India is today in its response to China, using economic and political and all sorts of levers to build resilience in the long run, that's going to be, I guess, a sign of where parts of Southeast Asia will go in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rory. Moving on, we'll have Dr. Carl Thayer, a Southeast Asia Regional Specialist and Professor Emeritus at the University of New South Wales, Australia. Dr. Carl?
Thank you. I'm trying to put PowerPoints up. Can you see them there on the screen at all?
Not yet.
I may just have to continue
Sure.
in the interest of time. I got a hold of the organizers ahead of time, so Rory and I didn't overlap, and I was given the topic Southeast Asia Foreign Policy and Maritime Security Participation in the Indo-Pacific. So that's it. By way of introduction, first, there's no shortage of ASEAN policies and plans for maritime security cooperation. We've got the broad-ranging ASEAN political security community, which definitely puts maritime security on the frame for cooperation. We have the ASEAN's defense ministers meeting, but more particularly my work in past years on the ASEAN chiefs of navy recalls an expression I think we heard from Utung, the N-X formula, where there are only 9 ASEAN countries have navy, but as the ASEAN Navy chiefs work out programs, a number will participate in some of the exercises and training, and other countries won't. So they've already set the principle that you don't need 9 to do it all to make it ASEAN. You can have smaller groups, and I think we should hold that thought there for the kind of cooperation that I'm talking about as we move. There's also the ASEAN Regional Forum that itself, which has a maritime security strategy, and then the ASEAN Maritime Forum, as distinct from the Regional Forum, is supposed to pick up the overlap between some of these particular groups. That's just in general. In addition, there's no shortage of ASEAN policies and plans for maritime security with the dialogue partners, the ASEAN Defense Ministers Plus, the enlarged ASEAN Maritime Forum, and then ASEAN then holding exercises with China and the United States as a group. There's an awful lot that goes on bilateral. Now, just to take us down memory lane a bit, and then I hope to link this to the end of my talk, we can see individual ASEAN memories, the Philippines and Vietnam, between 1996 and 2006, carrying out a joint marine scientific research, South China Sea, where scholars, let's say, would all gather 1 year in the Philippines, traverse the South China Sea through contested areas, disputed areas, even amongst themselves, carry out scientific research, arrive on Vietnam's coast, go into the town and hold a conference and repeat the process the following year. And that continued on and off. And occasionally we had foreign scientists on there who wrote, and China challenged it, you know, over this time. But nonetheless, it was actually being conducted. At the very end, when the Philippines proposed that it be expanded to include China, Vietnam withdrew its support and it ended. Then we have the building of the 2004 agreement between the Philippines and China to do a joint exploration by adding on Vietnam's national oil company, and that proceeded for a couple years. Now, the Filipino specialists will tell us it was highly controversial because it was only focused on the Philippines area, in other words, not the disputed areas itself. And some argued that China kept the information that was gathered, but nonetheless, you actually had cooperation in the past between the national oil companies. And then just other examples, the Malacca Strait Sea Patrol, Eyes in the Sky, really aimed at piracy. The trilateral patrols in the Sulu and Celebes Seas, which again aimed at terrorism in that particular regions. And then all across the region, you have coordinated patrols on a bilateral basis, Vietnam, Cambodia, just to make that point. So that's down memory lane. Now, to fast forward, that the emergence of the free and open Indo-Pacific, particularly as a Trump moniker, if you will, caused ASEAN to have concerns about ASEAN's centrality. And it came out with this ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. Now, I have been leaked long ago copies of the various drafts, and I've just been too busy to actually put that in writing, but they're sort of eye-opening when you look against the final document. Every attempt by Vietnam to strengthen it got watered down or deleted just to make that point. But nonetheless, ASEAN tried to position itself so it was not going to be marginalized. It wanted to be central. And it wanted to encourage dialogue partners to cooperate in 4 key areas through ASEAN-led mechanisms: maritime cooperation, connectivity, sustainable development, economic, and other possible areas. Now, how do I bring this to the present? Well, one, I have a slide here, but you all can't see it. But it's what happened when Malaysia put in December last year, a claim for an extended continental shelf. China came right back the very next day and protested. But then we had separate note verbals by the Philippines, countered by China, Vietnam, two submissions, China, again, the US, and then Indonesia. But from this, even before we get to the 36th ASEAN summit, you're beginning to see the codification and the convergence among Malaysia, the Philippines, Vietnam, plus Indonesia, not a direct claimant, Brunei silent, about the Arbitral Tribunal Award, its ruling that historic rights had no basis, that you can't group dispersed features with straight baselines, whether it's one Shah or four Shahs, as China wants to do. And that leads then to the possibility, and I think Dr. Vutung spoke about it, that dialogue and discussions can take place among these. Malaysia's submission was preliminary, it was without prejudice to the others. All the comments really aimed at China. So there are areas that Indonesia, Vietnam long ago resolved the continental shelf. What about their sea boundary and some issues? And that should be taking place because I think the code of conduct itself with China is now a distant prospect. And what ASEAN needs to do is to prepare itself during that time by actually going out and practicing what it preaches. And that's really what I'm trying to get on here. My next slide, again, tells us what we already know and have mentioned many times, that at the 36th ASEAN Summit, was it or not, the chair represented a consensus among its members, though certainly reflected all those note verbals that UNCLOS is the basis for determining maritime entitlements, sovereign rights, jurisdiction, and legitimate interest over maritime zones. And it's the legal framework which all activities in the oceans and sea must be carried out. So we'll see from that. So my argument begins to take shape as follows. China's actions are polarizing the region, no surprise to anybody here. Trilateral security cooperation, US, Japan, Australia. That was very quick off the mark. Quadrilateral, the Quad, Rory's area of expertise, that's just nascent and it's moving along, but it's changed form and moved to a more official level. Australia's recent strategic update and stress on regional partners, rearmament and long-range strike indicate that the polarization and the challenge of China is evident. Then we have the US and Philippines statements, 12th, 13th July, reaffirming their commitment to the Arbitral Tribunal Award. So I've invented a new acronym, the AT-A, in my notes, the Arbitral Tribunal Award. So we're seeing, as I've been arguing, a convergence among the 4 ASEAN states behind UNCLOS and the Arbitral Tribunal Award. And this opens up prospects for cooperation on a code of conduct, but not in the way you're thinking. The code of conduct, and I, as many of you will know, I was given an advance copy in confidence of the draft. It's a compilation of the views of 8 ASEAN member states and China. Laos and Myanmar didn't contribute. So it's a mess. It has a beginning, preamble, it has a center, general undertakings, and it has a conclusion. But all the submissions that are in there tell us which countries submitted it and which agree on these particular points. And it is remarkable the number of times that the 8 ASEAN states agree, or there is considerable overlap on many of its provisions. And first, we heard from the ambassador that the Declaration on Conduct of Parties says could be the COC. Everybody put that in there. Indonesia added illegal fishing to the very last point of cooperative activities on transnational crime should include but not be limited to illicit drugs, et cetera, et cetera. And then Cambodia added maritime connectivity. But because of this, there is room now. And then in that, it was Malaysia in particular, they were going to have to write protocols to implement the areas of cooperation that are being spelled out and preventing incidents and managing incidents. So, and Vietnam had very strong views in that. There's a whole section of 4 major options, and then you get all the way to the end and go, wow, that's interesting. And then Vietnam says, junk the whole lot. And we've got a whole bunch of proposals. And Vietnamese are things that you should do, which heavily overlaps with other proposals, and 7 specific areas of what you shouldn't do, like declare an air defense identification zone and point radar gun control at ships. But we'll leave that aside. So my argument is that the draft code of conduct provisions provide an opportunity for both individual ASEAN members of that group of 4, if I can use that term, and others if they want, along with or aside from action with individual dialogue partners to strengthen their capacity in specific areas to come up. I've been to the Philippines and lectured to a naval conference and said, you guys out there, you know, it's the diplomats negotiating this, but you're going to be stuck with protocols to prevent and manage incidents. What do you as serving naval officers actually want that is effective? And these then can be taken on board in practice among ASEAN members immediately and not wait till they finally get some end agreement into whatever, how many years time with China itself. So, and I just end on this, that the areas we're talking about, duty to cooperate to protect the maritime environment, and we had some of that scientific research that I mentioned before, practical maritime cooperation activities, and we have some already ongoing, but they can be more to the case of dealing with illegal fishing, for example. Self-restraint, trust and confidence, that trust a whole lot of issues that would try to prevent incidents, which is the next point. And in that, they take the whole corpus of international law, as long as my arm, from SUA, coal regs, et cetera, and say they should be done. That's where the protocols have to be written. How do you manage? There's some quite detailed things about record keeping and reporting and hotlines, and then other taking. So what I would argue that there's what was the term for this particular, minilateralism exists. So among ASEAN countries that have found that they want UNCLOS and the Arbitral Tribunal Award to begin to work on they know what they've submitted. And there's such an overlap, they can work and build on it, not to do something separate against China, but to enhance their own capabilities in their own areas. And then if, as and when, to expand this to the Indo-Pacific, since you have ready and willing and able countries from the US, Australia, Japan, India, and other dialogue partners to come in and assist at a mini level in particular niche areas that ASEAN countries themselves want to strengthen their capacity to make, when they finally get to the end, a code of conduct with China that can be implemented and can be robust. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carr. Moving to our next speaker is Dr. Jagannath Panda, a research fellow and coordinator, the East Asia Center of Manohar Parrikar Institute for Defense Studies and Analysis. And also he just wrote a book a few years back about India-China relations, politics of resources, identity, and authority in a multipolar world order. Dr. Panda?
Thank you. Very good morning from Delhi, all of you. Let me begin by thanking Professor Dindo Mani, President, Stratbase ADRi Institute. Thank you very much, sir, for inviting me. I also thank Ambassador Albert del Rosario, Chairperson, and my good friend, Professor Renato de Castro, Trustee and Program Convener of Stratbase ADRi Institute. Now, it's a pleasure to be here. And I must confess at the beginning that this is one of my exclusive and breakthrough occasion. Previously, whenever I have been invited by any institute, think tanks, universities from Filipino, I have missed the occasion due to my conflicting schedule. But it's a different situation today. I'm stuck in New Delhi, like all of you in Manila, but we are still having these interactions. That's the trajectory of the new order. And I hope I'll be visiting your beautiful country to enjoy the seacoast. And I hope the Chinese won't have any problem with me visiting to the coast. But let me begin by saying that, we are in a very dynamic situation today, and COVID-19 has emerged as a serious concern and is shaping the geopolitics of the regions. Indo-Pacific powers are affected with the COVID-19, and there is nothing new about that. And we know for a fact that there is a new concern has lately emerged, and that is the People's Republic of China. Probably it will be wrong to say that it is a concern anymore. I would like to revisit by saying that it is emerging as a real threat for some of the countries. Particularly this period in history will always be entering into record and will be always remembered, since many countries in Indo-Pacific were just anti-China on select issues so far. if we take into account all the previous incidents, how we have dealt with China, responded to China, not all the countries were anti-China entirely. For example, Australia and India, we both the countries were having a strong appeasement policy towards China. They tried to engage with China on a multilateral mode to bilateral mode. But the way Xi Jinping administration has approached some of the countries in Asia in recent past, particularly in the land and maritime domains, the way Xi Jinping administration has dealt with the COVID-19 pandemic, some of these countries, including India, is becoming increasingly an anti-China country. So what we are seeing, a changing narrative emerging, India becoming just an anti-BRI country to anti-China country. India was originally an anti-BRI country over the last 1 decade. But the recent border conflict at the Galwan Valley during the COVID-19 crisis has made India somewhat an anti-China country in times to come. Let's take the example of the China-India recent border clash. And my focus will be on that, linking with the South China Sea and the East China Sea dispute. The PLS Galwan border incident is the most violent border clash to have taken place along the India-China border since 1975. And it certainly marks a strategic shift in India's perception of China. For long, India had approached China judiciously and tried to promote a developmental partnership that Xi Jinping administration proposed in 2013 and 14. And that actually dictated the cooperation between India and China in bilateral and multilateral forums. And both the countries, particularly India, aimed that India could take the benefits from each other's association as emerging economies, even though India was always mindful of China being a suspect power historically. Today we are in a situation, we have seen that the government establishment, the strategic establishment, and the public opinion in India is becoming very rapidly anti-China. Our foreign minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, had given a statement that the Galwan Valley incident will record in history as an unprecedented development and will have a serious impact on the bilateral relations. Now the question is, what impact it will leave on India's China policy in times to come? How India will witness the Indo-Pacific environment vis-a-vis China? If we take into the post-Galwan developments that is first building up, a renewed thrust on India's part to move away from its China Connect paradigm can be really expected in times to come. And I think the way India-China conflict has emerged as a black spot in the India-China history, it signals to a growing discomfort between both the nations, despite of there are diplomatic channels trying to resolve these issues. The conventional notion that China is a China's right is peaceful is actually taking a backseat and has resurrected in India. The PLA's aggressive posturing during the recent India-China border dispute, especially if we take into account the Galwan Valley incident, during the pandemic, has actually raised a kind of a doubtful situation whether China should ever be trusted as a neighbor. So the conventional approach of managing a relationship with China under a power partner configuration in India is witnessing probably a permanent change. China is being viewed today more than ever as a power that threatens India's security and sovereignty in times to come, and it is emerging just from a security concern to a security threat. Now, if we take into account the current Indian government's approach, particularly since the 2017 incident when the Doklam incident happened, there is a gradual realization in India that China's strategic posturing is becoming increasingly hostile, not only towards India, but also to a range of countries and also in the global forums. In light of the latest dispute, this realization can be expected to pave way for a stronger defense and economic policy orientations along the nationalist line of India and India's foreign policy. In other words, a combination of hard economic measures vis-a-vis China and the promotion of a strong defense partnership across the Indo-Pacific would gradually emerge as a flagship point in India's foreign policy vis-a-vis China, a flagship point in India's China policy in times to come. India is actually gradually shifting away from its principle of strategic autonomy and trying to enter into a zone where we will be trusting more on the like-minded countries. A greater push towards security and defense cooperation with like-minded countries such as US, Japan, and Australia, both within the Quad format and outside the Quad format, would be explored. And in that context, I think India is already contemplating including Australia in the India-US, Japan trilateral naval Malabar exercise. Australia coming to Malabar is going to strengthen the Indo-Pacific narratives in times to come. Now, if we try to understand from the Indo-Pacific environment, from the current Indo-Pacific environment, India must continue to strengthen its strategic partnership with the US and its allies and partners, particularly with Australia and Japan, without worrying too much about how the Chinese are looking at the Quad process, or even though they are now calling it as an ASEAN NATO, as they are continuing to call it over the last 2 decades. The first time the Chinese called the Quad process as an ASEAN NATO probably in 2003, 2004. Since that time, that narrative is strongly building up, and India is becoming careless about such Chinese apprehensions to consider in India-China relations anymore. In view of the improved ties with the US, its comprehensive global strategic partner, India must now pay closer attention to the India-US alignment framework that would promote an alliance-based understanding rather than promoting a power partner contention with Beijing. This will likely to send a strong signal to China regarding the emerging regional and global environment. Similarly, India must also strengthen its ties with China's adversary countries in the regions, and we can take the reference of Vietnam and Philippines here, especially in an attempt to create a stronger maritime partnership, not only in the contested South China Sea, but also in the greater maritime Asia. South China Sea is witnessing a new change with an invisible intention from China. There are disturbing news are emerging from claimant countries as much as from the non-claimant countries. Given India's continuous energy and economic exploration interest in the South China Sea, both India and ASEAN must have a renewed dialogue mechanism on how to manage the South China Sea and also take advantage from the emerging situation. The new US position that is an outcome of yesterday leaves both the claimant and the non-claimant countries in South China Sea in a new situation. The Indo-Pacific environment should have a new channel of communication between Southeast Asian claimant countries, along with Taiwan, with the non-claimant countries such as Japan, India, and Australia, obviously with the US. If we take into account the Chinese vessels in the Japanese Senkaku Island territories, those are disturbing news, and I think both India, ASEAN countries, along with Japan and Australia, should take a serious note of it. I would conclude by saying that I think the defense outlook of major countries is first changing amidst the COVID-19 crisis. China's rising coercive military posturing in the Indo-Pacific is partly changing this defense outlook. Japan's changing perspective on first strike capability, Australia's 2020 defense strategic update, India's crafting of a comprehensive strategic partnership with Australia recently. All of this indicates that the Indo-Pacific is emerging into a new power contesting zone. So in that context, India should also try to explore if there is a broader consensus could be emerged against China about one China policy, whether all the Indo-Pacific countries could actually build a consensus on the one China policy and to revisit, unless China really changes its posturing on the South China Sea, on the Senkaku Island dispute, and including on the India-China boundary dispute. So my conclusion here in this forum is that for long, the fundamentals of Indian foreign policy have straddled between strategic autonomy and multi-alignment. While the self-reliant India that Prime Minister Modi is talking about may not necessarily lead to a big foreign policy departure in Indian foreign policy, but it certainly indicates to India's readiness to follow a renewed path of engagement and taking a few radical steps in an uncertain time. Both Australia and Japan are great partners. ASEAN countries are also emerging as great partners. Keeping in view this maritime environment, border tensions and geopolitical situations that China is actually first promoting in the regions, India must accord greater importance to ASEAN and with a special importance to Vietnam, Philippines and Singapore, those countries who could stand up against China. Therefore, I would suggest and propose for a renewed emphasis on the trilateral dialogue of India, Japan, Australia, India, Australia, Japan trilateral dialogue should be an action-oriented dialogue. We could also think about new trilateral dialogues between India, Philippines and Japan, India, Philippines and Australia, and probably India, Philippines and US. Therefore, friends, I would conclude by saying that a new contest is first emerging. This contest is not really China versus the rest. I think this contest is new in nature. Can we really move from a China Connect to a China Connect or a China appeasement approach to a China contesting approach? I think that might really bring China to the liberal table to approach the interest of the claimant and non-claimant countries in the regions much more in a flexible manner. And I think the contest here is much more moralistic and ethical, whether we could really go against China and bring it to the task of the negotiating table. The contest here is the Indo-Pacific with active strategic motives versus Indo-Pacific with passive strategic motives. Time has come to introspect Indo-Pacific, build a broader and stronger coalition in Indo-Pacific, actualize some of the strategic motives into action. An active and action-oriented strategic Indo-Pacific needs to be promoted in order to face a strong and assertive China. I will stop here and thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Panda. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, folks. I'll just step in again. We'll try to have a blitzkrieg question and answer. So I'll go in the reverse order again. Maybe I'll start with James. The State Department released a long paper on the South China Sea disputes back in, was it 2015, right? We had a briefing back in DC about that and all. How different is the latest statements of the United States from that? Are we seeing a major departure from that in terms of continuity of legal argument? Is it going to be more difficult for the US to claim that it's neutral, given the language it's using in the latest statements? And the mention of the Natuna Sea, does that also imply that now we should really look at the two as entwined, that you cannot talk about South China Sea without talking about the North Natuna Sea? So from a legal standpoint, I really wanted to get your point on that. And it seems people are also asking whether this statement is just a cynical election ploy by Donald Trump to gain some points ahead of elections, or this is really a kind of a culmination of a progression of a more escalatory stance by the US vis-a-vis China. So I just wanted to get your point on that first, and then we can go to the other speakers. Thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. The limits in the sea that you were talking about was put out by the legal office and the geographer of the State Department. And that was specifically somewhat, even now it would be considered an almost charitable view of the 9-dash line. In other words, taking it seriously, looking at things, for example, of how China has applied the dash line in different settings and been inexact, and that the lines don't match up. It's almost like my 10-year-old just drawing something on a piece of paper. There's no coordinates. Some of the same legal arguments, but it was a study. And there's studies on numerous other countries, including allies such as Canada, that also have what are termed excessive or unlawful maritime claims. The statement by Secretary Pompeo, I think, is much different. Of course, it's by the Secretary, and as you mentioned, it selected a number of the key elements of the 2016 award and brought them brought them to the president from his level, from the secretary's level, and specifically mentioned allies that had been, or state partners that had been affected. As far as whether it's a cynical election ploy, I'm sure both sides in the United States are going to employ cynical election ploys throughout the next 3 months or so. This is not one of them. So I would just have to respectfully disagree. The reason why is there's no points to be gained. Most Americans don't know or care anything about the South China Sea. It likely won't be picked up by anybody other than us and the wonk community. Nobody knows and nobody cares. The grandmother and the union employee in Wisconsin have, even if they've heard of the South China Sea, they're not going to hear about this. It's not going to be covered. They don't read the Washington Post. And so I don't think it's that. I think it is part of a genuine impetus or impulse on the part of the president and the people that serve him in the administration, that there should be a whole of government effort to begin to better balance China. And so using the things that I mentioned, using sanctions and a reciprocal, more transactional type of relationship.
James, there was a mention of the mischief reef and even Scarborough Shoal during the statement in quite forceful way. What do you think are the operational implications of that for the Mutual Defense Treaty in light of the statements of Secretary Pompeo and Sung Kim last year? That was really, I think, unprecedented as far as I know. Yeah.
Right. So the U.S. has already stated the parameters of the Mutual Defense Treaty. In fact, I would like to see the United States go a step farther and actually say, in the case of the Senkaku Islands and Scarborough Shoal, that these were actually under former U.S. administration. And so in this case, I think that the United States should take a position. In fact, not taking a position is taking a position. It's walking back our previous position, because if you had asked the United States when it occupied Okinawa in 1965, whether Senkaku Islands were part of that, well, the United States certainly would have. And if you would have asked the United States when it was a colonial power in the Philippines, whether it had oversight over Scarborough Shoal that it used as a bombing range for its naval aircraft, it certainly would have said it had. So I think that there's still more room to roam for the administration, and I hope that they, or if it's another administration, I hope that they continue to do so.
Glad to hear that there's some sincerity perhaps behind this latest statements and we're moving in the right direction. Lots to discuss, but let me move forward. Is Rory there, Dr. Metcalf?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're affectionately known as Mr. Quad. So I wanted to push on that, where do you think the Quad will go from now? And is there a significant or turning point in Australia's policy on China beyond what I see on your tweet and this latest tough statements coming from the Prime Minister's office? Has the whole China, friendship and illusion is gone? And are we really talking about even the possibility of multilateral FONOPs? I mean, what was going on, for instance, earlier this year when you had an Australian warship together with an American warship passing by not too far from the standoff between the Malaysians and the Chinese in the South China Sea? Are we moving towards that direction also down the road? Yep.
Look, thanks, Richard, and congratulations also on your own work on these on these issues. Look, I would say that we've had a very serious reality check in Australia-China relations over the past 3 years, and it's only intensified this year, and there really is no improvement in sight. So I think that the Australian government has taken a series of decisions that confirm that we, Australia, no longer have any illusions about the nature of the Chinese party state or its intentions. We want a relationship of mutual respect, but mutual respect has to begin with national self-respect, I guess. So Australia is now willing, I think, to endure a certain degree of coercion and difficulty, economic coercion and other forms of coercion against us and to build our resilience to cope with this, because it's quite clear that our interests are going to align much more closely now with that whole range of countries that are also seeking to hold their ground and push back against China. And that translates partly, as I think James noted, into not so much a massive increase in Australian defence spending, but certainly an emphasis on forced modernisation for deterrence at a time when we're already dealing with the COVID response, the economic shock and so forth. So we're taking this very seriously. Where does the Quad fit into this for Australia? The Australian government has been really quite consistent and quite forthright over the past few years in advocating minilateralism. I think many of the dynamics of practical minilateral security cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, Australia has been a pioneer of those, along with Japan, India. And indeed, the Quad is only one piece of the architecture. We shouldn't get too obsessed about the Quad because, among other things, the Quad has made the world safe for trilateralism, safe for strengthened bilateralism, and safe for all of the other forms of balancing behaviour. The Quad is kind of the lightning rod that China directs a lot of its anger at. But I do think the Quad has a solid future. We shouldn't exaggerate it into a kind of alliance in being, but it's now a very trusted high-level dialogue mechanism. I think we will see increasingly practical activities and coordination happening under the Quad umbrella. I wouldn't be surprised if, for example, on issues like geoeconomics and technology, supply chains and so forth, Quad countries inviting additional partners begin to become a key group. And I'll just leave it there with the, the example of the Quad Plus arrangement now bringing in Vietnam, South Korea and New Zealand to discuss the post-COVID world as an example of what the Quad can be a platform for.
Thank you very much. Again, there's much to discuss, but let me now move to Carl. I mean, Carl, you have been writing on the ASEAN and South China Sea and Code of Conduct like forever, and we're all following you very closely. What do you realistically see when it comes to what's possible for ASEAN to come up with when it comes to Code of Conduct? Or is it time perhaps for us to drop this whole Code of Conduct negotiations with China and look at alternative, more minilateral responses, a kind of a sea boundary agreement among ASEAN countries? I mean, you know on this more than any of us. So I want to see what you think is realistic on the short horizon as we deal with the new stage of escalation in the South China Sea, as far as the ASEAN is concerned, getting its act together.
Well, I'm not very optimistic because there are at least three key issues that have never really. What is the geographic scope? And that is unclear. From the beginning, several years ago, China only wanted the southern part of the South China Sea, excludes Scarborough. And the very first code of conduct between ASEAN and China, March 2000, each one was about 2.5 pages long, foundered once again on the geographic scope because the Paracels, China wouldn't include that. Then the legal status. Well, Vietnam is the only country to put in a proposal that it should be ratified by national legislatures, deposited with the UN Secretary General, who in turn, under one of the UN articles, gives it to the United Nations itself. But it's a question whether it actually says this is a treaty in it itself. And then what I'm alluding to with its dialogue, it does in the beginning, in the preamble, identify third parties, states that are not party to this. But they're not mentioned. I mean, they don't have any role. So there's no accession process. There's no ability, like the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation, to sign on to that. And if China got its way about excluding military exercises, confining all resources to the countries of the region and not those outside, then the external countries, it would be a Chinese lake and it couldn't do it. So not that the Vietnamese take my advice, but when I'm asked, I say, do a Cambodia, destroy ASEAN consensus. And that's several years ago, because don't accept it if it goes against your national interest. Don't be hurried into a document that's going to have no effect. So long ago, I advocated, no one's taken me up, that The 1995 Treaty of Nuclear Weapons Free Zone is the only treaty I'm aware of in ASEAN that defines its area, and it includes the continental shelves and exclusive economic zones of all the countries. So I'm saying ASEAN then collectively has a proprietorial interest to recognize these and only allow them to be changed if the ASEAN member consents to that. So, and that ASEAN should come up with its own code of conduct for Southeast Asia's maritime domain. In other words, why have a little black box area of the South China Sea where you have to behave around the Spratlys if there's a code of conduct? And as soon as you sail out of it, you can misbehave somewhere else because it's not covered by the code. And also this expansion would bring, Myanmar on board, who's not directly related to it. So when I think the COVID delay, and we were hearing from Wudong and others, from the very beginning, it was China. As soon as the signal draft was released, it was the Chinese foreign minister who put the 3-year time limit down. All ASEAN joint statements say mutually agreed. And then the ASEAN seemed to roll with the punches, and I think the words mutually agreed were dropped out of the chairman's statement. So I think it's going to take much longer than we figure. And in the past, why did in October 2019, the last meetings of the joint working groups and senior officials on the DOC, which is the title for all of this, why did China push so hard to complete the second of 3 agreed readings? The first was done on August 19, the first reading, and I'm told nothing major was changed. So why did China push? And I think it's because they were hoping to take advantage of the fact that ASEAN hadn't got consensus on this. Now the ball game's changed. Because of that, I think this unification around the arbitral tribunal of war and the importance of UNCLOS. And that's why I think the future has to be picking up the pieces, little bits, and that ASEAN's got to start putting its own house in order, start negotiating where it has disagreements, and if not, under UNCLOS, adopt practical measures to get on with it. We recognize we have a dispute, but we won't do things to upset it. And to build up the experience of operating in an area where there are maritime disputes and you have a code of conduct regulate behavior, and what to do when a country, even in ASEAN itself, violates that. Inhumane treatment of fishermen could be an issue. So I'm not promising the holy grail tomorrow. I think that's way off into the future. But I'm saying that there's a whole series of little activities, the countries that are willing to do so, either within ASEAN or with individual or multiple dialogue partners.
Just a short addendum, Carl, do you think it's correct, for instance, Bolton last year was very firm that the US will reject a code of conduct that they believe will impede upon freedom of navigation. Do you think that kind of statements, those kinds of statements from external powers is relevant? Is it important to keep ASEAN honest in its negotiations with China, or is it not really helpful and constructive?
Well, I think, he could say that, but that it's meaningless because ASEAN has been on record from the beginning to back freedom of navigation, because their economies depend on it. They don't want conflict in the region. That upsets the trade and that upsets their economies. And they don't want freedom of navigation and overflight to be affected, in part because if we take like a case of Vietnam, it welcomes the US aircraft carriers in the region as long as they contribute to the regional peace and security. So what are they getting at? If you impede the US and its aircraft carriers can't go there, then you're leaving it to China, so that Vietnam doesn't have to send the escorts out with the American carriers and be part of that group. It can tell the Americans, and Vietnamese are very good at, here are your material interests. You need to provide security out there in the South China Sea. And we back you for doing that. And then we'll allow your carriers to visit our country. But taking another step further at this point is probably not on the cards. So Bolton's statement, no one in ASEAN is going to go against freedom of navigation and overflight. That's boilerplate. It affects their planes. If one of Vietnamese supply ships as long as the Philippines can't go sometimes to their islands and drop off supplies without being challenged or harassed. So they need it as much as anybody. And so much of the world shipping goes through there. What happens if it becomes unsafe? Insurance rates go up, and that costs everybody.
Right. Thank you very much, Carl. And last but not the least, Dr. Panda, good to meet you online. Meet you. Obviously, India has been in the headlines, not necessarily for the best reason, because of the Himalayas showdown. I just wanted to get your point of view. What are the tactical and strategic lessons that we in East Asia and South China Sea can learn from your showdown? I mean, some are saying maybe China is looking at the short, sharp war strategy to gain, momentum and then impose its will and then negotiate from a better position. That we're no longer talking about salami slicing, but a much more aggressive form of using small skirmishes and a small opportunity for getting in to impose its will and then deal with a new status quo. Should we be worried about China using that? Because we're saying, I mean, you're a nuclear power and they do that to you. What about us, who don't have the requisite capabilities? And in connection to that, do the disputes in Himalayas, perhaps they'll get again tense soon, are they gonna make India more active and concerned about pushing back China in other areas like South China Sea and Indian Ocean, or is it gonna bog down India further? Because some believe that maybe China is using the Himalayas to actually bog down India and prevent it from flexing its muscles in the maritime space.
Thank you. Very interesting point. 3 issues. What lessons ASEAN could learn,
right,
how to judge the Chinese behavior, and where we could cooperate. Now, to be very frank, if we take the Chinese behavior into account over the last 2 to 3 years, particularly from 2017 onwards in the Doklam Valley, and if we coupled it with the current tensions, what does it imply? It's an unpredictable power. 1962 war happened, despite of a greater understanding between India and China on the Pencil Agreement. But still, China decided to attack India. History is revisiting, unpredictable regime in Beijing, so ASEAN should stay prepared. That is my short answer. But taking it forward, your point that whether the tensions in the Himalayan Valley could really re-emerge again, undoubtedly, this is not the end game. It is going to happen again and again. Probably the same tensions will happen probably in much bigger scale. As I mentioned, the Galwan Valley border incident was the first major clash that happened after 1975, where we did see that casualties happened from both the sides. The Chinese did not declare the number. They are yet to confirm about the number, how many soldiers have been killed. We did declare. We have been 20 plus casualties in our side. But what all of this implies that non-transparency and unpredictability continues to stay with the Chinese behavior. So we might see the same in India-China border regions again, in maybe not in the Western sector, maybe in the middle sector, in the Eastern sector. So it is going to come back. If we move into the South China Sea, I think what we'll see a much, much more aggressive Chinese approach. They have taken the first, let's say, 1 period and 1.5 period of Xi Jinping as a preparatory phase in South China Sea. Military setup building, artificial islands, the constructions, the ground level preparation. Now they are in a commanding position to occupy territory. So we would not really be seeing a submissive China anymore in South China Sea. Unpredictable and a surprising China might emerge in South China Sea. What is the solution? And I think solution is not about code of conduct. Solution is not really about how much dialogue we proceed with China. As we take the example from India-China boundary dispute, we have robust dialogue mechanisms between India and China. On boundary issues, there are 2 key border mechanisms are there. Special representative level dialogue mechanisms are there, and also at the WMCC, working mechanisms on consultation and cooperation on bordering affairs are there. 2 good highest level mechanisms are there. Those are not working. Why it is not working? Because of the barbaric Chinese behavior. So the same code of conduct, even though it is coming tomorrow, it is not going to work. Dialogue format will not really be giving us any adequate result. So what is the solution? I think I would take the clue from the panel, particularly from Professor Rory, when he mentioned that a broader coalition has to be emerged. And this coalition has to be an action-oriented coalition. Therefore, for me, it's not China versus rest. It's between the coalition that is emerging in Indo-Pacific passively all this while and the coalition that could emerge in a much more active format. So I think that's the contesting point here. Can we really transfer that passive coalition in Indo-Pacific that has been building all this year into an action-oriented coalition? And this action-oriented coalition can build pressure on China, and probably we could employ a tit-for-tat approach. The Chinese are not really going to cut their relationship with the rest of the world. They are increasingly dependent on the energy sea line of communications in the Indian Ocean regions. Their economy is in a dire state, not in a very encouraging state of affairs. Xi Jinping is facing numerous governance problems within China. So the Chinese will show flexibility to come to a negotiating table, not only on South China Sea, but also on a range of issues, including Shikoku Island to India-China boundary dispute. But this coalition, that grand coalition we are talking about, be it Quad plus, it has to be an active coalition with taking into confidence the ASEAN countries, particularly Vietnam, Philippines, and Singapore.
Thank you very much, Dr. Panda. On that note, I think we can move to the next section, Dr. Mahanga's presentation of his survey. Yep.
Yes, thank you, Richard. Our next speaker is Dr. Mahar Manghas, President of the Social Weather Station. Dr. Mahar.
Thank you, Dindo. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay. All right. In this session, I'll do a couple of things. One is to present our newest public opinion poll, and then I hope I have about 3 minutes to tell you some of my personal conclusions from it.
Yes.
Public opinion of Filipinos in China. This is a repeat, well, this is a second round of what we did a year ago. And the short story here is that this public opinion is very, very unfavorable. Let's go to the next slide. It's a national survey. This is, I believe, first class, and there are very few of these things done. And this is sponsored by Stratbase, these items. And these results are being released to the press only now, as we speak. They've been saved for this special purpose. The general story here is that Filipino opinion about China is very, very unfavorable. It's remained that way for the past couple of years. And this is despite the strongly appeasing policies that the administration has been pursuing towards China. So this is a case where you have the Filipino people as a whole rejecting completely the positions of the administration vis-a-vis China, right? Even though they would say that they find the administration popular to them. Let's go to the next one. Next slide, please. Right. Now, the new element now is COVID-19. We didn't talk about this last year because it wasn't around. And here we see very strong blaming of put on China for being not forthcoming with respect to the whole issue of the severity of the COVID-19. You have here 6 out of 10 saying China kept this a secret, and only 23% saying that China shared this. So, and this is across the board from all parts of the Philippines. So blaming of China for keeping this a secret. Next slide, please. And then secondly, that China should be held accountable for not doing this. This cost, in effect, caused the Philippines to lose a lot of time in shoring up its defenses against China. In fact, we were still opening doors to Chinese tourists, even in March, see? And I think Filipinos know that. So here you have 76% saying China should be held accountable for this, and thus blaming China to a large extent for all the suffering that's happening now because of the exaggerated lockdowns that we have been subjected to. So when it comes to the COVID, this is blamed on China. Next, please. All right, now here is a continuation of what we already knew last year. This is the need to assert our rights over the West Philippine Sea. Very strongly positive feelings about that assertion, especially in Metro Manila, but everywhere actually. And this is a continuation from last year. And we'll show you what it was last year. Next one, please. Well, this is the last slide of the 4 slides, and this is opinion that the Philippines should form alliances with other democratic countries in order to defend our territorial rights in the West Philippine Sea. And this you see goes up to 81% saying let's ally, and only 10% saying that that's not what we should do. So this is in spite of the administration's insistence that China is our friend. But if you bring the people into the equation, the people do not agree with that at all. Next slide, please. All right. Now this is separate. This is our tracking of trust of the Filipino people in China. And this is the worst. China is the worst trusted country in the world as far as Filipinos are concerned. So you have majority of Filipinos saying they don't trust China, and very few saying that they do. And this is the net trust negative. This is not the worst, but almost the worst, because here are some earlier points when it was worse. This is when we won our here is where we won our case. And then in the Duterte period, it's kind of floated a little bit at the positive level because of the earlier part of the appeasement of China. China is our friend, but that wore off, and now definitely there's no love for China. So if you bring the people into the picture, that you know where the Philippines stand. The Philippines, in terms of the Filipinos, stands. Right? So let's go into the next slide, please. So to put it in a nutshell, what are we saying here? Okay. That China held back their information on COVID-19, and so China is to blame for our inability to cope. Next, please. That because of that, China should be held accountable for doing that, 77%. Next, then. We should assert our territorial rights in the West Philippine Sea, which we already knew the year before from a previous poll, but it's maintained here. And then the last point there, that we should form alliances with other countries that are ready to help defend our rights in the West Philippine Sea. Right? So these I'm asserting as facts. We challenge anybody to do your own research and, have some other story about where the Filipino people stand. This is where the Filipino people stand. And so this is the main point that I would like to make here. The Filipino people, we know where they stand. It's not where the administration stands, right? But what about all the other peoples in the region? To do this, you have to have opinion polling everywhere. Now that is very strong, for example, in Hong Kong. And we know there because you have democratic opinion polling in Hong Kong, which was just the main opinion polling institute there was just raided last weekend for fear that they would help they were helping the opposition. You have opinion polling very strong in Taiwan also. These are the two areas. It's very, very good in Korea also here. And it's coming up very strongly in Indonesia, Malaysia, not so much Singapore because there's control over there. So the point I'm trying to make here is that if people know the facts about the West Philippine Sea in particular, the true history, I'll call it the true history. China is the bully here, you see. China is the one insisting that historically it owns the West Philippine Sea. That's an imperial history of China. But that is not the true history of China, as proven by this position of the arbitral group. Now here I believe that if the Chinese people could also freely receive this information about the situation, that they would also reject it and not support the bullying of China in the West Philippine Sea. Now the problem, however, is that the Chinese Communist Party and the Chinese government have been indoctrinating their people for the last 70 years, that all of this is historically Chinese government. That's why this 9-dash line and everything, you see. The missing element here is the opinion of the Chinese people themselves, if they could only know the truth. See? If only they could have a history that's a true social science history, they would know the truth and they would reject their own government and reject their own party for not telling them the truth about this history and for bullying other people just because they feel that they have been bullied 100 years ago. See? So this to me is the missing element. This is the flaw, the biggest flaw in the Chinese argument. This is what they cannot tell their own people about. They cannot bring in the true history about the whole situation to show that they are the ones oppressing the rest of the world and they're not the ones being oppressed. If I were to extend this kind of research some more, I would go into other players in our situation. As far as the Philippines is concerned, for example, the big story in the Philippine situation is the drug war. The drug war. And yet, every day we see so much news that the drugs are coming from China. If China were our friend, why are they not cutting off these drugs from China? Right? The second element here in the Philippines is the gambling. Is the illegal gambling, illegal casinos that are being held in the Philippines in order to provide entertainment for the Chinese over internet, all right? These are the so-called POGOs, the offshore groups that are illegally providing entertainment, gambling entertainment to the people of China, which they cannot get in China because it's illegal. And yet we are welcoming it in the Philippines. Why is China not cracking down on that on their own side, since it's something illegal? Why are they permitting something illegal to be done abroad? Well, I have my own personal theory about it, and as an academic, my theory here is that there's another big player in China, and that's the underworld. That's the mafia. You see, this cannot be admitted by China, of course, because it's not legal in China. So therefore, there is a mafia, and that mafia is somehow also connected with the Chinese policy, the drugs, the gambling. I bet if we were to do some opinion polling in the Philippines about all of this, all the more would people say this is all part of a Chinese plot in order to dominate the Philippines. I do not know about the other countries, you know, what's going on there. But all of these things happening in the country is part of what's has turned off the Filipino people about China. And if they, to me, want to really be friends, then they have to turn these things off. So I submit that another might say player or another party to all of this affair should be the general public itself. Remember, we are all democracies, one to one way or another, out, you know, around here in this, at this table. And that's where China can't compete. That's where China has to assert its stronghold, the Chinese Communist Party and all of that. That's why it can't allow Taiwan to be democratic, you see, because that's its weakness. That's China's main weakness. Its weakness is that it can't face the truth, can't face the situation. And to me, as an academic, this is the only thing we can do. And I believe that the Chinese people, if they had the only opportunity to have all of this information, they would also realize that their government is committing a very grave sin against the ASEAN area. Thank you. That's it.
Do we have?
Thank you, Dr. Mar. Richard.
Yeah, very quickly. Maybe we have 5 minutes. I'm sure we're going to talk a lot about this survey for days and weeks to come. Dr. Mangas, I just wanted to see your analysis of the big disconnect, right? I mean, how can the president be so popular in the satisfaction rating and everything while his foreign policy is running so counter to what you're showing? And in relation to that, a lot of people are also saying, how much can we trust these approval ratings in a climate of fear? I mean,
that's right.
Thousands of extrajudicial killings and all. I mean, just to be very brutally honest about this, I wanted to really get your point of view on this, Dr. Mangas.
Maybe you can't trust it. I would like other people to see if it's true.
Right.
Really. I would like all opinion polling groups to see if it's true, to see if they get the same results. Because other people say they're just afraid. We're just been so scared by the brutality that people are afraid to say something bad about the president. If that could be, that's not our fault as pollsters. That's the fault of the people for not being brave enough to speak the truth. But how do I know that? How can we show that? The only way we can show that is for everyone to go out there and do polling and see whether, you know, you can get a high grade, you know, for the president or not. But what does the grade of the president matter? The issue here is about our independence, you know, from China. That's what matters here, not whether the president is popular, not an election.
And Dr. Mangas,
I'll mention something.
Yeah, sorry.
He's saying, let's wait for China to come up with the vaccine. Gosh, if we're going to do that, probably we'll be the last to get the vaccine, the way China treats us.
Right. And Dr. Mangas, entering into the election season within a year or so, what do you think what will be the prognostics? Is this a foreboding of a more anti-China backlash potentially next year? I mean, from what you have seen throughout the years and what we have seen in Malaysia, in Sri Lanka, and back in 2010.
I won't talk about that. That's like saying that our foreign policy could affect our elections. All right. And that's a more complicated matter. All right. That's like saying that feelings about the United States could affect our elections. Right? Showing also the feelings about the United States, which continues to be very, very favorable. You know, just believe ups and downs. You know, the Americans are our best friend. Right? That's we can't do anything about that. All right. But I don't believe that that's how I don't believe that our domestic elections are, you know, that affected by feelings towards the United States. You see, well, all the candidates, you know, are favorable towards the United States. That would be a different matter. You see.
Thank you very much.
It might be, but I would like everybody, you people there in LaSalle, you know, help your own pollsters to get into the act and see what you can get. But that doesn't affect the COVID situation, that doesn't affect the suffering and all of that, you know.
Thank you very much. On that, thank you very much, Dr. Mangas. I'm sure we're all going to discuss the survey very soon. It was very, very helpful. On that note, I'll pass it back to Dindo for our closing remarks and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. For our closing remarks, we have invited one of the champions of our struggle in the West Philippine Sea. So I'd like to ask retired Senior Associate Justice Tonio Carpio. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you, Dindo. Good afternoon to everyone from Manila. I commend the ADRi for holding this webinar that explores a new regional order among coastal states around the South China Sea and interested states outside the region through a strategic partnership. Coastal states around the South China Sea have a primordial interest in safeguarding their sovereign rights in their exclusive economic zones and extended continental shelves in the South China Sea. Some of these coastal states, like the Philippines and Brunei, have exclusive economic zones and extended continental shelves larger than their land area. Their sovereign rights to their exclusive economic zones and extended continental shelves are guaranteed under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, which recognizes that coastal states, by the mere fact that they have a landmass facing the sea, are entitled to exclusive economic zones and extended continental shelves in accordance with UNCLOS. Their entitlement to an exclusive economic zone and extended continental shelf does not depend on occupation or proclamation, but arises inherently and ipso facto by their being coastal states. On the other hand, naval powers outside the region have their own rights in the South China Sea under UNCLOS, and that is the right to exercise freedom of navigation and overflight in the high seas and exclusive economic zones of the South China Sea. UNCLOS guarantees that all states are entitled to freedom of navigation in the high seas and exclusive economic zones of the world. This means that their merchant ships can sail and their military vessels can conduct naval exercises in the high seas and exclusive economic zones of the South China Sea without securing the consent of any coastal state. UNCLOS also guarantees all states freedom of overflight in the high seas and exclusive economic zones of the world. This means that civilian aircraft can fly and military aircraft can conduct aerial exercises in the airspace above the high seas and exclusive economic zones of the South China Sea without securing the consent of any coastal state. Naval powers outside the region, whose exports and imports pass through the South China Sea, have a direct interest in ensuring freedom of navigation and overflight in the exclusive economic zones and high seas of the South China Sea. Of the estimated 5.8 trillion in shipborne goods that pass through the South China Sea every year, about $1 trillion is US inbound and outbound trade. Another $1 trillion is EU and British inbound and outbound trade. It is the paramount national interest of these naval powers outside the region to maintain freedom of navigation and overflight in the exclusive economic zones and high seas of the South China Sea. Clearly, there is a convergence of interest between the national interest of ASEAN coastal states on the one hand and the national interests of naval powers outside the region on the other hand. The ASEAN coastal states, namely the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia, want to preserve their exclusive economic zones facing the South China Sea. China refuses to recognize the exclusive economic zones of these ASEAN coastal states within China's 9-dash line. China is claiming over 80% of the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines in the West Philippine Sea. When US, UK, French, Japanese, Australian, and Canadian military vessels sail and conduct naval exercises in the West Philippine Sea, they in effect tell China that they are sailing and exercising in the exclusive economic zone of an adjacent coastal state, not in Chinese waters. In the exclusive economic zone of the West Philippine Sea, there's freedom of navigation and overflight. In the West Philippine Sea, there is only one adjacent coastal state entitled to an exclusive economic zone, and that is the Philippines. In short, these naval powers are actually enforcing the ruling of the arbitral tribunal that the Philippines is a full exclusive economic zone in the West Philippine Sea, free from any overlapping maritime claim of China. This is the most robust and most powerful enforcement of the arbitral ruling, and this takes place regularly and frequently. This enforcement by way of freedom of navigation and overflight exercises is peaceful and lawful because this is a legal right guaranteed under international law and UNCLOS. Any exercise of a legal right is always peaceful and lawful. The exercise of a legal right recognized under international law can never be considered offensive or aggressive. Clearly, there is a convergence of interest between ASEAN coastal states on one hand and the world naval powers outside the region on the other hand. That convergence is in the exclusive economic zones of ASEAN coastal states in the South China Sea. ASEAN coastal states assert they have exclusive economic zones free from Chinese claim. The naval powers outside the region, through their freedom of navigation and overflight exercises in the same exclusive economic zones, support the assertion of ASEAN coastal state that they have exclusive economic zones in the South China Sea free from any overlapping claim of China. Yesterday, the US State Department announced a statement entitled, and I quote, US position on maritime claims in the South China Sea, unquote. And the first paragraph of that statement states, and I quote, Beijing's claim to offshore resources across most of South China Sea are completely unlawful as its campaign of bullying to control them, end of quote. The statement declared that the US, and I quote, stands with its Southeast Asian allies and partners in protecting their sovereign rights to offshore resources consistent with their rights and obligations under international law, unquote. The statement expressly stated that the US was, and I quote, aligning the US position on China's maritime claims in the South China Sea with the tribunal's decision, unquote. This sends a very strong message to China that the Philippines, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia and Brunei have the backing of the US in protecting their exclusive economic zones in the South China Sea. ASEAN coastal states have a natural strategic partnership with the US and other naval powers outside the region. ASEAN coastal states must align their efforts in protecting their exclusive economic zones in accordance with this natural strategic partnership. ASEAN coastal states must therefore welcome and encourage the naval powers outside the region to continue their freedom of navigation and overflight exercises in the exclusive economic zones of the South China Sea. If China persists in its aggressive encroachment of the exclusive economic zones of ASEAN coastal states, then ASEAN coastal states can respond by joining the outside naval powers in their freedom of navigation and overflight operations in the exclusive economic zones and high seas of the South China Sea. This natural strategic partnership will usher in a new regional order in full compliance with UNCLOS in the exclusive economic zones and high seas of the South China Sea. This natural strategic partnership will enforce the historic arbitral ruling in the South China Sea arbitration promulgated 4 years ago on July 12, 2016. Thank you and a good day to everyone.
Thank you, Justice Carpio. And just to cap more than 4 hours of,
everything because I was gaining weight.
just with these 4 hours of discussion, the 2016 arbitral victory should forever remain relevant. Since the rule of law exists to set all states on equal footing. I believe we need to reinforce our external defense. Reinforcing our external defense is just as important as strengthening our resilience against internal threats. With the Philippine government's termination of the Visiting Forces Agreement suspended, the current patrolling of US forces in the disputed waters, the US-Japan joint exercises, and ASEAN's position versus China's vast historical sea claims, the condition is ripe to assert our rightful claims and create strategic opportunities to secure the Philippine national interests. The West Philippine Sea is our seas. These are our islands. This is our resources. And this is the Philippines. Again, thank you for joining us. It's been more than 4 hours, but 4 hours of substance, content that we need to stand up and protect our territorial integrity and our maritime rights. In behalf of the ADRi Institute, thank you all for joining us this morning. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye. Hope to see you again.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Nindo.